gonna hand it over to
It kind of distorts.
and then Andy's gonna hand it over to you.
That's right.
Yeah, I was
So-
almost talking the same, so.
You ready to go? All right, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Case Western Reserve University School of Law. I'm Paul Rose, I'm the dean here. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's Law Review Symposium. We are grateful to have such a distinguished group of speakers. We're grateful for the students and the faculty and others that are gathered here today. Before we dive into our discussions, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge some key contributors to this event today. Of course, these events, for those of you that have been involved in them, know that it's really months of planning and effort. We are grateful for the dedication and the hard work of the executive board of the Law Review, for the thoughtful leadership of Professor Betsy Rosenblatt, and we're grateful for Eric Seiler. Eric, raise your hand so folks can see you. Eric's coordination makes so many events here at the law school possible, and of course he's a big reason for this coming together so successfully today. And of course we're grateful for our speakers joining us here. We're grateful for your willingness to share your insights, and I'm sure it's going to be a very fruitful discussion. Now to the heart of today's topic, defending tomorrow's democracy, the future of elections in the era of advanced technology. We know that Law Review Symposia like this are not just academic exercises, they're really a platform where we can think about solutions, where we can think about these kind of critical real-world issues and how we can tackle them in a way that hopefully will benefit not just the legal community, but society at large. So as we approach the 2024 election, of course, we find ourselves in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. I make use of that rapidly evolving technological landscape all the time, using ChatGPT and Claude for various things. But of course, those technologies also pose unprecedented challenges to our democratic processes. We're seeing AI-generated deepfakes of presidential candidates, automated misinformation campaigns, voter suppression through technology, and the implications are staggering. How do we safeguard the integrity of our elections in this new era, an era where technology can both enhance but also undermine the democratic process? So this symposium aims to address those urgent questions, and I'm eager to hear the ideas and thoughts and solutions that will emerge from our discussions today. So with that in mind, it's my pleasure to turn the mic over to Professor Geronimo, who is going to talk to us about our sponsors for today's symposium.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Dean Rose, and thanks especially to these law review editors who put in so much work to arrange this great panel of speakers on cutting-edge scholars on what really couldn't be a more timely issue as we lead up to this election. As Dean Rose mentioned, I'm Andy Geronimo. I'm the director of the First Amendment Clinic here at Case Western Reserve University School of Law. And we'd like to expend special thanks to the Stanton Foundation for financial support for this foundation. The Stanton Foundation is the legacy of Frank Stanton, born 1908 and died in 2006, a former CBS executive who's well known, among other things, for navigating the legal hurdles leading up to the Nixon-Kennedy presidential debate in 1960. The Stanton Foundation's philanthropic efforts include support for initiatives, including our clinic, where I'm helped by our amazing fellows, Sarah Coulter and Siobhan Gerber, who are over here, and events like this that attempt to advance important conversations on First Amendment issues, about an engaged and informed citizenry. As you'll hear today, the law has in many ways struggled to keep up with how technology really tries to balance the tension between speech and privacy, and certainly a presidential debate in 2024 presents certain challenges for the law that it didn't in 1960. While my colleagues and students in the First Amendment Clinic are fighting these battles, quote unquote, in the trenches and representing clients in the courts of Ohio. We also think it's very important to have these conversations outside of the context of adversarial litigation, so we can address the normative challenges that come along with these things. So with that, once again, thank you so much to the law review editors, and a special thank you to the Stanton Foundation for their financial support. And with that, I'll introduce Professor Betsy Rosenblatt.
Thank you. I want to share gratitude to the First Amendment Clinic and the Stanton Foundation, who, when we said we were interested in doing a discussion about the future of democracy and technology, said, "Oh, we'll pay for that." And so it was really, it was really miraculous. And thank you so much, not only to you, but also to the clinic program in general, and Laura McNally, who has been a fantastic leader of experiential education and the clinic program in general. I want to recognize that my predecessor, Jonathan Enton, is here and has been an inspiration to me in leading the law review. I've done lots of symposiums over my time, and I have to say that the symposium format that we have here is smooth and wonderful, partly because Eric Seiler behind the scenes works so well, and partly because of just how student-led the whole symposium process is. Andrew McGurty came up with this topic, found the speakers. I mean, he had help. But this has been his show all the way, and he's been a tremendous organizer, both in terms of the logistics of putting on an event like this, but also in terms of really thinking about all the angles that might come up from a doctrinal and normative standpoint, or what we should be thinking about and who we should be talking to on these subjects. And so I want to thank him, and I really, really want to thank our speakers, both here and on screen, for what I hope will be a really engaging discussion of problems that I think are not new. The problems of what we can believe, who we can trust, how we can depend on our information sources, what it means to defame somebody, what the very nature of truth is. These are not new questions, but they're questions that have become easier to obscure the answers to in our recent times, as technology has made everything fuzzier. The concept of fake news is not a new one. The fact that we have to deal with fake news every day is. And so I think this conversation is timely and important, and I'm really excited to have it. So thank you all for coming. The room will fill up more as the late sleepers arrive, and I look forward to that too. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rosenblatt, for that gracious welcome. I think everybody probably already knows me. I'm Andrew McGurty. I'm the executive symposium editor for the Law Review this year. And yeah, I think it's been talked about a little bit thus far. This event really reflects, I think, about 7 months of planning and preparation. And as much as Professor Rosenblatt made it seem like it was all me, that's not the case. I would love to say my interest and area of planning to practice is in election law. It's not. And so I really leaned on a lot of different professors at the law school to guide me in the area of this, to find speakers, to find topics that would are ripe to talk about in the legal field. So a few to name: Professor Jonathan Adler, Professor Koo, who will be a moderator on the panel, Professor Ellis, Professor Rosenblatt helped a lot, and they really just guided me. One, like, what does a symposium look like? What kinds of discussions happen? And then who? So we kind of have the A-team here. Actually, nobody declined to present at this symposium. So I'm really gracious for that and made my job a lot easier. On top of that, I also want to thank a lot of the Law Review exec board, in particular Bobby Reed and Izzy back there doing the social media. They really helped with putting together all of the promotion for this event and overall just being a good ear to listen to my jibber jabber about all of the different ideas I have for putting this together. And then welcome everyone for coming. I think this has fallen off, but yeah, it's amazing to see so many different faces and everyone from the Law Review here and other students. I'm sure it'll fill up. There's a lot of different classes going on. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody coming and being able to listen to this. And this will be recorded, so if you ever want to come back and watch it or push it out to anyone else to watch, it will be recorded and put on the website afterwards. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first panel. If you're on the first panel, feel free to come up and take your seats. So this first panel has a lot of different discussions. I think the title is just Advanced Technology and Election Law Topics. Each of them will present on very different topics of law and will really delve into each of their areas of expertise. I really left the topics for all of the speakers wide open. As I said, I'm not an expert in this, all of them are. So you'll be able to hear from all of them and what they in particular have spent their whole career working towards and now know exactly what's important to talk about right in this moment. So I will introduce our first speaker, Professor Rebecca Green from Williams & Mary Law School. She is the Associate Professor of Law there, where she teaches election law, legislative redistricting, and privacy law, among other courses. Professor Green's research interests focus on the intersection of privacy law and elections. Most recently, her scholarship centers on election observation, election surveillance, and redistricting transparency. She also writes about election administration topics, including the role of partisanship in election administration and election dispute resolution. Professor Green is the co-director of the William & Mary Election Law Program, a joint project of the law school and the National Center for State Courts that provides resources for judges on election law topics. In 2013, Professor Green co-founded Revive My Vote to assist Virginians with prior felony convictions regain the right to vote, and in 2018, she joined the National Task Force on Election Crises, a cross-partisan group convened to prevent and mitigate a range of election crises. She has a BA in Political Science from Connecticut College, a master's in Chinese legal history, which is very interesting, from Harvard University, and a JD from Harvard Law School. Without further ado, Professor Green.
Well, thank you so much, Andrew, and to the Law Review for inviting us. I'm really looking forward to the discussion today.
Make a little turn up.
I don't know if I can, actually. Let's scooch forward. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Is everybody? Yeah, is that better? Okay, good. I'm going to just scoot forward. Okay. PowerPoint. Excellent. Okay, so in 2019, I wrote a paper called Counterfeit Campaign Speech, and it was about deep fakes. And I looked at the particular threat that a technology posed that could effectively make it seem like people were saying and doing things that they were not, in fact, saying or doing. And I looked at the particular harms that could, unleash on our election system. So I first argued or described how deepfakes could threaten to harm voters by altering source material and making it impossible for voters to determine what is true and what is not true, which would, of course, irretrievably distort and sort of harm our political discourse. Then I looked also at the unique harms that deepfakes would pose for candidates. So I worried that deepfakes would rob political candidates of their dignity and control over their persona. And then I also worried about whether deepfakes would make it harder or more unlikely that good people would run for office, in a world where your dignity could be so easily robbed. And the article was a bit of a downer, to be honest. It wasn't a cheery topic. And indeed, the general topic of technology and democracy tends towards doomsday scenarios, and I think we'll probably be hearing a lot about those today. But today, I thought I would try to be a little more optimistic. So I'm thrilled to start off what I'm assuming will be a day that will make you nervous about democratic functioning. I thought I would start off with some sun. So I'm planning on laying out several ways that AI tools can make our democracy potentially stronger. So the first one I thought I'd call your attention to is the use of AI in campaigning. And I have this slide of this amazing woman who ran for U.S. Congress in Pennsylvania's 10th district. Her name is Charmaine Daniels, and she used AI as a virtual campaign volunteer to do voter outreach. And this technology was created by a technology startup called Civox. And what the technology did was it answered questions about Daniels' positions, about her policy positions and those of her opponent to people, voters who interacted with the tool. The bot was trained on factual information so that when it was speaking about her policy positions, it was always reflecting her actual positions. Importantly, she didn't make it sound exactly like her voice. It had a metallic sound to it so that the listener was clear that they were not listening to a human voice, so it wasn't trying to trick anybody. But what's amazing about it is, if you think about the possibilities here, this tool could be translated in 20 different languages so that it could interact with voters in all kinds of different languages, which has for voter outreach and who you can actually reach. It also was much more accurate because if you think about it, you can train a volunteer on what your positions are, but when they're standing in front of a voter, they may not have a full picture of the range of your views. Whereas this bot, was really able to share what her positions were and what those of her opponents were, in her opinion. So it was a really amazing tool. I don't want to oversell it. There was some reporting that there were some hallucinations happening in the bot's answers, especially if you ask the bot an off-topic question. So, for example, if you happen to ask the bot what Charmaine Daniels thought about Cheetos, it responded that they were known for being delicious, which of course is true, but it also said that they were health conscious, which is not. So I think this technology holds a lot of promise, particularly where you have candidates that may not have as many volunteers to do outreach. You can imagine how much how this lowers barriers to candidates entering into the political sphere. It goes without saying that AI can also help candidates with fundraising. I know that we all hate robocalls and solicitations for donations, but it actually is the case that campaigns need money to happen. And AI tools are helping candidates raise more money with less. So there's a company called Sterling Data, just putting their webpage up here. And it uses AI to assist candidates with donor outreach. It's apparently helped thousands of candidates, including Senator John Fetterman, identify potential donors. And it's able to do so, cutting its prices nearly in half due to the speed with that AI can be used to sort through donor files. So it essentially makes these tools available to less funded campaigns in important ways. Apparently, when you read the reporting about this tool, campaigns are pretty skittish about it. They'll often say that they will only work with a vendor if the vendor can promise that the public will never find out that they're using AI tools, because I think people still think of them as creepy. And yet, these tools may prove hugely beneficial for crowd campaigns looking to raise revenue to spread their messages. And so I think these tools, these AI tools, hold tremendous promise for informing voters about candidates and helping lower barriers for would-be candidates. This improves the accessibility of running for office, which is, I think, a dramatically underappreciated need. You need to have a lot of courage to run for office, and whatever we can do to help good people, get in the race, I think is good. For fun, I thought we could stretch our imagination a little bit further than AI tools helping real candidates run for office. and sort of wonder whether AI might itself run for office. And there's this great example out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, of this guy. His name is Victor Miller. He's a librarian, and he had a very unique mayoral campaign. He pledged to run for city government, and when he won, he would just deploy AI to make every decision for his office. So his AI bot is called VIC, which stands for Virtually Integrated Citizen. And he argued that AI would be objective, it wouldn't make mistakes, it would read hundreds of pages of municipal minutia quickly and understand them. And he suggested that VIC could be really good for democracy in Cheyenne. At a campaign event that he held at the library, he set up an iPad at a lectern, and he allowed his, the audience members, voters, to ask questions, just like you would ask essentially a ChatGPT. And they asked questions like, is the computer system in City Hall sufficient to handle AI? One person asked, if elected, would you take a pay cut? Another asked, how would you make your decisions that would affect so many people? And in the article that's linked on this slide, the reporter described Vic's responses as replying in a male-sounding voice, saying things like, here's how I would approach it, and then the AI bot would tick off a 6-part plan that included using AI to gather data on public opinion and responding to constituents at town halls, so giving sort of reassurance that it would be based on feedback from the public. You may be skeptical that we're ready to trust an AI mayor, but the reality is that these tools might become central to governing, and probably already are starting to become central to how our democracy is governed, ways that we're only sort of starting to imagine. So I thought I would shift a little from talking about AI and campaigning to talking just a little bit about AI in election administration. I'm not sure how much you all are aware of this. It's certainly in the headlines a lot, but election administrators in this country are under a huge amount of pressure. Public distrust in elections has skyrocketed, and that has translated directly into threats and harassment and just sort of overall pressure on election administration. Election administrators are under a microscope. They're barraged with threats, including physical threats. And their work is constantly questioned. And so one question is whether or not AI can be used to help reduce some of this pressure. And I think it's already happening. So I was talking to this woman named Lindsay Wilson, who runs an election nonprofit, or it's not an elections. She runs the elections part of a nonprofit that's called U.S. Digital Response. This is their website. This is what they do on the elections side. So this is a team of 9,000 vetted volunteer coders who are mobilized to help solve municipal problems using AI. They take on projects for local governments, and they have elections as one of their specialties. They use, essentially they help jurisdictions, municipalities identify areas where they could use AI to smooth their operations. And she told me about one of the projects that they have in the works, which is using AI to do ballot proofing, meaning making sure that your ballot lists the candidates correctly and the democracy initiatives correctly, which is actually quite a difficult job. So I'm sure you all remember, some of you were alive, some of you were not alive, but the Bush v. Gore debacle arose because of just poor ballot layout. But in every election, there are mistakes on ballots that have real consequences because either the voters aren't being given the correct ballot, and so their votes are essentially voided, or when there's a real problem, it can cost thousands of dollars if it's caught in advance to fix the ballot, and it can additionally erode public trust in election outcomes when there have been these kinds of mistakes. So deploying AI tools to proof ballots is actually a really incredible benefit for election administrators. And lest you think it's sort of looking over a ballot and making sure that it's correct, you have to understand that many jurisdictions have thousands of different ballot formats because of different races and different jurisdictions and different measures going before different voters. So it's actually quite complicated. Lindsay told me about one jurisdiction that had 5,000 versions of their ballots, more than 5,000 versions of their ballots. So you can imagine how using these AI tools could really reduce human error and improve election quality. I thought I'd also quickly mention ERIC, which is the Electronic Registration Information Center. You may have heard of it. It's been in the news because a lot of Republican states have pulled out of ERIC. It's a system that uses very sophisticated and vetted tools to help states figure out how to maintain their voter rolls by using data from other states to determine whether people have moved. I always ask my election students this question: when you move to a new state, did you make sure to call up your old state and tell them that you had moved the election office, so that they would take you off the voter rolls? The answer is always no. Like, nobody thinks to call their election office and tell them to take that they moved. So the states rely on data from the Postal Service, from the DMVs, from death records and other data. And so the best way to sort of fix our voter rolls and make them more accurate is to have a very robust system like ERIC to cross-check voter registration databases. But the problem is that conspiracy theories and other misinformation led a lot of people to think that the ERIC system was corrupted and benefited the Democratic Party, and as a result, a lot of states pulled out. The sad news there is that obviously with fewer states, it's less accurate. So it was a real disappointment to the many very smart people who had created ERIC as really the most robust system to do this work. It essentially it uses AI by allowing election administrators to search for duplicate entries across many different data sets, and it has a ton of privacy and other protections built in, including that it conducts human review before anything it goes forward, or in terms of states being notified of duplicates. So if you care about reliable tools that allow election administrators to identify ineligible voters on voting lists, you should be thrilled with ERIC. And you should know that it carefully deploys AI tools to do the job, and is a great example of how AI can be leveraged to improve election administration. I've got a bunch of these, and I don't even have any sense of my timing here. How am I doing? 5 minutes. Okay, great. Another example is signature matching. So when you vote absentee, you often, you always sign your name, and states have various degrees of sophistication in terms of how they match your signature to make sure that you are who you say you are. And some states use AI in this process in incredibly effective ways. So in Colorado, they've been voting by all mail for years. They're one of the most sophisticated systems in the country, and they have a system that collects your signature at various points when you interact with the government. So they have lots and lots of examples of your signature, unlike some states who will just use your signature when you register to vote, and that can obviously change over the course of several years and become more difficult. But anyway, Colorado has this very sophisticated system that uses AI to verify signatures in a really robust way and make sure that people whose signatures have changed over time, it doesn't flag their ballot. And obviously, in systems that use AI effectively to verify signatures, you get quicker results, which tends to enhance public trust in election outcomes, which is a really important service. There are lots of election administrators that are deploying chatbots to help voters, doing things like answering basic voter questions or providing information about polling locations or voting hours. These bots are also helping election administrators make sure that election materials are accurately translated, and can even help election officials analyze post-election data to identify, for example, common reasons that absentee ballots are rejected. Yes, sir?
If you would move your mic a little closer to
Oh,
your
really?
mouth.
I feel like I'm on top of my mic.
Only when you turn your head.
Oh, okay. I'll try to hold I'm almost done. So in any event, there are lots of ways that election administrators can deploy AI tools to help voters and the process, go better. I can't end these comments without talking about some of the downsides of using AI for election administration and even for campaigning. I'll just mention a Center for Democracy and Technology report that really raised a lot of important questions about the use of AI in elections. So they analyzed campaign chatbots intended to help voters with disabilities, which found that 61% of the responses had at least one type of insufficiency. So it was everything from very small problems like broken web links to outside resources to big problems like misinformation, including incorrect voter registration deadlines and falsely stating that election officials are required to provide curbside voting. And then 100% of these tools hallucinated at least once, the tools that they looked at, providing inaccurate information that was entirely constructed by the model, such as describing a law or a voting machine and a disability rights organization that did not exist. So I think it's becoming clearer and clearer, at least to me, that AI tools only work when human review is part of the process. So I think that they have to be deployed really carefully. Ooh, is it gone altogether? No, good. Another thing to mention, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about this today, is the problem of algorithmic discrimination. So if you look at errors, for example, in voter list maintenance, they often tend to target Hispanic, Black, and Asian voters more, given they're more than twice as likely to be inaccurately flagged. In addition, young and first-time mail-in voters, elderly voters, and voters with disabilities often confront algorithmic discrimination. So that is a real problem. And please don't confuse my attempt to demonstrate the benefits of AI to democracy as any indication that there aren't serious concerns to be addressed. And then in the 1 minute I have left, I thought I would just quickly mention the overlay of state law on this question. So as AI tools are developing, state laws are starting to proliferate that address the use of AI in commercial settings that could impact its use in election settings. And also lots of states have laws now that are specific to the use of AI in elections. And so, for example, Colorado has a law which doesn't take effect until 2026 that requires a deployer of a high-risk system to use reasonable care to protect consumers from any known or reasonably foreseeable risks of algorithmic discrimination in the high-risk system. So you can imagine that could have implications for use of AI, as I've described in campaigning and election administration. You can also look at the 19 states that have enacted laws targeting the use of deep fakes specifically and synthetic media in election campaigns. This, of course, could impact the uses of AI in campaigning that I've described. Though most of those laws require disclosure, and then you're off the hook. So if Charmaine Daniels would be okay because she made it very clear that the bot was not in fact her. In any event, I think in the next several years, as these dynamics unfold, I hope that you'll at least keep room in your heart for the possibility that AI could actually help our democracy improve. I think despite all fears that AI tools can invoke, there's real promise that they can be leveraged to improve U.S. democracy. I'll stop there.
Good morning. My name's Atiba Ellis. I'm a professor here at Case Western. I want to join the welcomes, first of all. And second of all, before we return to my friends here on the panel, I want to point out that in my 18 years of teaching in law schools, this is the first time that I've seen a symposium 15 minutes ahead in its schedule. So I apologize for sort of jumping in at this point rather than when I had hoped to. But let me take the role of moderator back and introduce my friend, Professor Char Torres-Spelcy, who is a professor of law at the Stetson University College of Law. She teaches courses in election law, the First Amendment, corporate governance, business entities, and constitutional law. She's an expert in particular in campaign finance law, and she's presented on this topic at symposia across the United States and abroad. She's testified before Congress. She has testified before state and local legislative entities, and she has led a charge, I would say, on campaign finance reform. Indeed, she's addressed the Federal Election Commission on dark money and foreign money in U.S. elections. She's the editor of the 2010 edition of the Brennan Center for Justice's Campaign Finance Treatise, Writing Reform, a guide to drafting state and local campaign finance laws. Prior to joining Stetson, Professor Torres Spelsey was counsel at the democracy program of the Brennan Center at NYU Law, where she provided guidance on issues of money in politics and the judiciary, and this guidance was directed at state and federal lawmakers. She has a BA from Harvard University and a JD from Columbia. Professor Torres Spelsey.
Alrighty. Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. Good morning. Alrighty. There we go. All right. So, part of this talk is a preview of my forthcoming book, Corporatocracy, and the nutshell version is this is Citizens United meets January 6th. You know, cheery topics. And so today I'm going to ask the question, does the blockchain block democracy? So sometimes reporters will ask me, what is the worst money in politics story you've ever heard? And so I'm about to tell you the worst money in politics story I have ever heard. It starts with a political party. And our political party, when the curtain opens, is broke. And they are so broke, they're so in the red, that they're worried that they might have to disband the entire enterprise. So what do if you're a political party and you have no money, especially in a context where there are no contribution limits and you can give dark money? Well, one approach is ask the richest people in your society for money. And that is exactly what this political party does. They have a secret meeting at one of the political party leaders' houses. Another leader starts making a speech with some really problematic statements in it. He says, private enterprise cannot be maintained in the age of democracy. He continues, we must first gain complete power if we want to crush the other side completely. And then I think most ominously he says, now we stand before the last election. If the election does not decide that we are in power, the decision must be brought about by other means. And so our leaders of industry listen to this anti-democratic screed and they fork over millions in dark money. And suddenly our political party, which had been broke, goes from being in the red to being in the black. And it was the last free election for over a decade. This is a true story. Here are some of the men involved. So we have Alfred Krupp and his father Gustav Krupp. They were the head of the Krupp Corporation. Then there was Frederick Flick. He was the head of the Flick concern. Then there was Karl Crouch, who was the head of IG Farben. Now, if you've never heard of IG Farben, you might know one of its surviving subsidiaries called Bayer. Farben was a chemical company, and it made everything from Bayer aspirin to Zyklon B, the gas that was used in the gas chambers. So if you haven't figured this out yet, I'm talking about the Nazi Party in 1933. The problematic quotes are from Hitler. And at the time, the average German citizen did not know that these corporations were giving to this political party. And that is the problem with dark money. No one from the outside knows what the insiders know. Now, these particular industrialists were so awful during World War II. They used slave labor that was provided to them by the Nazis, so they actually get tried at Nuremberg. So this is an image from the Krupp Tribunal, this is an image from the Farben Tribunal, and this is an image from the Flick Tribunal. And because they were tried by Americans, all of these transcripts and evidence is in English, which is perfect for a writer like me, because I don't speak German. But what you can see in the evidence in these tribunals is that it really was corporate money going to the Nazis because they kept meticulous records. So you can see the bank transfers from Corporation X into the Nazi accounts. Now, all of that is almost 100 years ago and thousands of miles away. Let's think about our own political context. And I want to be really clear, I'm not trying to equate any modern American party with the Nazis. But I think we can learn from the story of the Nazi Party in 1933. We can think about what does it mean when power and greed intersect in really pernicious ways. So let's look at our last election. So our last election was the midterm. And on the screen, you see all of the top political spenders on the record in the federal election. And I have a little asterisk by Sam Bankman-Fried's name. And I have a little asterisk next to the $38 million figure, which is next to his name, which is his on-the-record spending in that election. And the reason why I think that figure is not accurate is he was indicted. And there are two ways that a scholar like me can see dark money. It comes out in leaks or litigation. And in Sam Bankman-Fried's case, we have both. So the litigation is his prosecution, and then I'll tell you about the leak in a moment. So he's indicted for securities fraud, and he is also accused of campaign finance crimes. But it's a little unclear in his first indictment, like, what are you actually accusing him of? But there's a superseding indictment, which is way more clear. And in that superseding indictment, DOJ accuses Sam Bankman-Fried of making $100 million in illegal corporate contributions. It's illegal because of an old law called the Tillman Act from 1907, which still bars, to this day, corporations from using their treasury funds to give money directly to federal candidates. And that is what he stands accused of. Now, why is he doing this? Like, only Sam Bankman-Fried really knows for sure. His prosecutors surmised that he was trying to curry favor with elected officials in Washington, and that he was trying to get legislation that would benefit his companies, FTX and Alameda. And before he was indicted, he was making the rounds of Capitol Hill. He had a model piece of legislation that he was pushing. Now, how did Sam Bankman-Fried get away with this, at least for a couple of years? I think here we have the leak, and the leak is from him. So while he's under indictment, he starts talking to the press. So all you future lawyers sitting in here, if you ever have a client who is indicted, tell them to shut up. I'm sure his lawyers told him to shut up, but he didn't shut up. So instead, he gives interviews, and in some of the interviews, he clarifies that that 38 million figure you saw, that was all for Democrats, and that was all on the record. But he gave more to Republicans, and he gave it dark. And I think part of why he might have gotten away with this for a little while is it's hard to figure out what's happening with dark money. And some of you know how this story ends. Sam Bankman-Fried is now a guest of the state. He got 25 years for his securities fraud, but not for his campaign finance crimes. The reason he didn't get prosecuted for his campaign finance crimes is when he was being extradited from the Bahamas, someone left the words campaign finance off of those papers. And so his very good criminal defense lawyer said, you can't try him for this. You didn't extradite him for that. And for a little while, DOJ actually was fighting with his defense counsel over this, but DOJ dropped it once they got the 25-year conviction. True story. Okay, so what is the nightmare scenario? How do these very different narratives intersect in my mind? Well, we obviously have an audience for anti-democratic ideas as evidenced by the violence on January 6th. But I think we got lucky because there was relatively little corporate sponsorship of that event. But what really sort of keeps me up at night is what happens when the next Sam Bankman-Fried, the next billionaire, decides to team up with anti-democratic politicians. Like, what is it going to look like if you have an anti-democratic politician who has major corporate sponsorship, especially if they are spending in a dark way? And just to clarify, this is how dark money becomes dark. You have a corporation, or you could have a rich individual who doesn't want to spend under their real name. So they will give money to a dark entity. That dark entity is usually a LLC, a 501c4, which is a social welfare organization, or a 501c6, which is a trade association. And once it goes to that dark entity, and spending goes, in favor of this generic candidate I have here, the public cannot see back through the chain. They can't tell the actual source of that funding. And we already have 162 million in dark money in this election. And that is only the money that was spent in 2023 for this election. We won't know how much dark money is in the 2024 election until months after it's over. This is worrisome because it could hide anything from just some mischief to serious crimes. And that's what I explore in my book, Corporatocracy. Now, for this presentation, for you, especially for you, given the call of the question, I wanted to ask myself, is my nightmare scenario actually happening right before our eyes? So let's look at what we can see in the 2024 election. So what have our nominees said about democracy? They've said very different things. So, for example, this is a statement from Kamala Harris when she's accepting her nomination at the DNC, and that is very different than statements from Trump, including that he'll be a dictator on day one. And then there's this really weird quote that he gives to a Christian audience that says, in 4 years you won't have to vote again. It's an ambiguous statement, but it's not good. Anyway, there are ways we can have a whole discussion over lunch, what did he really mean by that? And Trump has been making the rounds where he goes to various groups of billionaires and asks them for money. So one of his rounds was going to oil execs and asking them for money. And then after he had that meeting, he very anti-electric vehicle. So what have the tech giants been saying? Well, Peter Thiel wrote this really problematic essay for Cato back in 2009. And one of the statements in that piece, which I don't think he's ever disavowed, is, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." And Thiel has heavily invested in crypto this particular year. He was also the bankroller of J.D. Vance when he won his senatorial seat. And now, of course, Vance is the vice presidential nominee of the Republican Party. Meanwhile, we have Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been using, formerly Twitter, as a disinformation and misinformation free-for-all. And some of the things that he spreads on X are disinformation and misinformation specifically about elections and elections administration. And people have also noted that his AI is also spewing out disinformation. So maybe that's not surprising given who trained it. The Winklevoss twins decided that they would give $2 million in Bitcoin to support Trump. I'm not sure if that's $2 million in real money or fake money. And Trump has been very public about embracing crypto, including saying that we should pay down the US debt using cryptocurrency. And this has been met with some derision, including Nell Minow, who's a corporate governance expert. She said, "Why not just pay with monopoly money?" Yeah. And just this Monday, he and his son launched a new cryptocurrency exchange called World Liberty Financial. So let's follow the money for a moment. So I'm going to give you a taste of what it is like to do campaign finance. You have to stare at data like this. So I made this like unreadable on purpose. These are the 25 biggest donors to super PACs. So to make this a little bit more like legible, if you compress it, then you can see that most of the money is coming from Coinbase and Ripple. And so the biggest spenders in terms of super PAC donors are crypto, oil, Melinda Gates, tobacco, business consulting, and Ross Perot. Remember him? He's still around. Yeah. Well, his companies are still around. The money's still there. And if you can also look at this from the point of view of the super PACs themselves. So Elon Musk has a new super PAC called America PAC. On the record, they've raised $8 million, though the press says that they've actually raised $30 million. That's probably just a reporting lag, so we won't know how much they raise until the end of the election. Then we have Protect Progress. That's another all crypto. It's raised $19 million. Then there's another all crypto PAC called Defend American Jobs. That's raised $24 million. But the real gorilla is Fair Shake. Fair Shake has raised $200 million and has already spent $100 million in this election. Yeah. And I think it's an open question whether voters will care, because most voters don't own cryptocurrency or not in this market. But you guys might care as Ohio voters, because they are coming for your sitting senator. They have said that they are going to spend nearly $1 million a day between now and election trying to take out Sherrod Brown. And they're already gloating that they took out Katie Porter. And we don't know how this story will end. But I sort of predict that the 2024 election is going to go down as the crypto election. And the reason I write this book is I don't want the 2024 election to be the last election. Thank you.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Jacob Eisler of the Florida State University College of Law. Professor Eisler is the James Edmund and Margaret Elizabeth Hennessy Corey Professor of Law at FSU, where he teaches and researches in the areas of constitutional law and election law, with a focus on democratic process, theories of just representation, and anti-corruption. Professor Eisler is the co-editor of the Data-Driven Personalization in Markets, Politics, and Law from Cambridge University Press, which explores the emergent, pervasive phenomenon of algorithmic prediction of human preferences, responses, and likely behaviors in numerous social domains, including political micro-targeting. Previously, Professor Eisler was an associate professor of public law at Southampton Law School, a lecturer and Yates Glazebrook Fellow in law at the University of Cambridge, practiced law at Allen and Overy LLP. I have friends who would be very mad at me for mixing those two up. And Herman Smith LLP in London, England, and clerked for Judge Gerald E. Lynch on the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Professor Eisler has a BA from Williams, a master's in philosophy from the University of Cambridge, a JD from Harvard Law, and a PhD in political science from Harvard University. Professor Eisler.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me all right? Thank you, Atiba. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank everyone who's been involved with this symposium, particularly Andrew McGurty and the rest of the Law Review, who have been fantastic hosts. And thank you to Atiba, who has known me since I was a youngling in the legal academy, And if you ever want to know about some of the blood, sweat, and tears that went into the book, my book that I'm going to discuss briefly, you can ask him. So I've got some good news and some bad news about it. Got some good news and some bad news about this presentation. The good news is I don't think I'm going to hit 18 minutes. And the other thing is I think I managed to fight PowerPoint enough. These are the Case Western colors, right? Yeah, the bad news is we've been hearing about AI mayors and crypto bros, and because per Freud, I think knowledge comes from suffering, we're going to start with some passages from the Ronald Dworkin's 1986 masterpiece on the nature of judicial decision-making, Law's Empire. And yes, I extracted these using the brilliant technique of snipping from Google Books. But I actually think these are two of the best little descriptions of how judges actually decide cases. What do? They take a sort of swath of previous information, previous doctrine, and they try to integrate it into a coherent whole, right? This is particularly what they do when they're deciding a hard case. It's an easy case, they might just be able to say, precedent, we can apply it. When they're doing a hard case, they often have to balance competing principles from different precedents. But ultimately what they do is they take this previous information and they try to create something coherent out of it. Now, in case I struggle with returning to previous slides, I'd just like to point out, there's an interesting line in the second passage about lawyers being philosophers, which is important because Dworkin thinks judges are more than just mechanics who paste cases together. He thinks they actually do something unique. But taking his description in a more simplified way, it sounds a little bit like what an AI might do. Now, I could stand up here and claim, like I claim I'm 6'2" on my online dating profile, stand up here and claim that I have a masterful technical understanding of how AI operates, as opposed to being like many a crypto bro, someone who just claims that and then tries to convince, I suppose in my case, a tenure committee to believe that I know what I'm talking about. But I think I have enough of an understanding to draw some surface level analogies between how AI models work and how Dworkin describes the lawmaking process. Because what do AI models do? Well, they essentially take inputs and assess weights, try to, there's essentially a process based on an artificial neuron that tries to determine if a certain stimulus is activated, right? In a way that remixes information from a large database, right? So in some ways, this AI process, particularly in the hidden layer, sounds a little bit like what we might think a judge does, right? And this raises, I think, an interesting question. Will AI be in a position to displace or significantly supplement the lawmaking process that we currently give to judges, and has been particularly important in the past few elections as judges have faced difficult decisions about how we should rule ourselves. And now we sort of get to the core topic of this symposium. What sort of resources can we turn to decide fair democratic self-governance, particularly when there are disputes over what fair democratic self-governance means? Traditionally, we turn to judges. I'd like to ask a sort of theoretical question. Could we ultimately turn to technology to perform this process for us, particularly if we think judges might be biased or politicized? That's a topic I'm happy to discuss in questions, but that's something that we see as a particular concern with the Supreme Court now. I am going to answer, and if we go deep into the weeds of this, my fancy word time, ontological priors are going to be exposed. But I think the answer here is no, right? How do AIs work? How do these models work? They work by taking inputs, pushing them through an algorithm, and then giving an output. The algorithmic operation is entirely a function of initial inputs. How do judges make decisions? Well, on a surface level reading of Dworkin's, I think, very helpful and very insightful description of what judges do, they take previous cases and treat them as inputs. But judges do something more than that. they engage in an act of moral synthesis that takes the information and uses it to extract a principle that reflects our core commitments as a society. Thus, when judges operate in an appropriate way, they produce something novel that tells us something about how we rule ourselves and the commitments we have as a society. And this is where Dworkin really shines. It says what judges should do is they should take these previous precedents and, while giving them appropriate weight, look to the values of a society and synthesize them to express the value of society that weighs and builds upon the formal expressions of those precedents. I don't think this is something that AI can do, right? AI is entirely input driven. It doesn't have that moral capacity to extract underlying principles. Now, I suppose there's an underlying supposition here that I don't really put in the presentation because it would take us really into the weeds, which is, unlike, I'm actually curious, does everyone here know the name Blake Lemoine? Anyone heard that name? If you want to have some fun, you can Google this. He was a Google engineer who a few years ago came out and announced that he thought that the Google AI was intelligent and had moral rights. If that's the case, I guess the AI police, the robot Terminator, are going to march me into robot prison, because right now my view is that I suspect that AI does not have this moral capacity. That's something that lies with persons. Why is that? My own view that I express in The Law of Freedom, if you're interested in this book, let me know. I wrote it, extremely painful. Poor Atiba had to read chunks of it and provided very, very, provided very helpful feedback. But I think this is because humans have a unique capacity to act freely, all right? I think ultimately this reflects our unique presence in the world that is not entirely physical, right? I'm enough of a skeptic to avoid using fraught words like soul, but there is some aspect of our identity that is somewhat mysterious. And that part of that mystery, that in fact I would say the core of that mystery, is the fact that we are free beings. AIs are deterministic or probabilistic. They are not free in the same way, at least as far as we can see now. They are a function of their inputs. Humans are not. We are morally autonomous beings, even if in this material world we can't fully grasp that. It is our inability to fully grasp that makes us free. And if I really wanted to torture you guys, I would start talking about Immanuel Kant's theory of the noumenal, but it's too early in the morning for that. All right, that's the principled position. I don't think that AI can displace the human capacity to make moral judgments about freedom, including and particularly in the judging process of synthesizing law to come up with theories of democratic freedom. How does this work in practice? It's a nice theoretical position, but are there any concrete examples that we can think of? Well, I tried to come up with a few. We'll see how effectively I can trace the high theory of freedom to these gritty doctrinal examples, but I think they at least show why it matters. And both of these examples are marked by the fact that what the right thing to do is a function of our moral judgments as autonomous actors, as opposed to something that can simply be extracted from previous decisions. And here's one that has been, in a certain sense, it got the most attention in the 1990s, but it's still a live issue. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires, and by the way, because after Shelby County in 2013, this is the only federal statutory protection remaining that protects minority voters, because the pre-clearance requirement was nullified. I'm happy to answer questions about that. That just means more for you who are election law specialists. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is what is left. And the current requirement of it is informed by the Jingles test from the case from the 1980s called Thornburg v. Jingles. And it requires that majority-minority districts be created under certain conditions. And it's a three-part test that doesn't really matter too much, other than if there's a group of minority voters who might, in a state, who might be defeated as a bloc consistently by the majority, by the racial majority, the state is required by this federal statute to create majority-minority districts so that the minorities get some representation. And there's a question that the court has constantly debated: should crossover districts receive Section 2 protection or be part of the Section 2 mandate? Crossover districts is where you might have an alliance between minority voters and the racial majority, where they share political views. And right now, Section 2 districts do not include crossover districts. But, and this is where I'm going to draw it back to the question of how we construct democracy. This question can't be answered simply by looking at doctrinal inputs or even looking at statistics. There's an underlying question here. What do we want our democracy to look like? Are we most concerned with ensuring that minority voters have some voice given the threat of majoritarian oppression, or do we have as strong or even stronger an interest in trying to create allegiances? And there's a great passage from, I think it's Holder v. Hall, where the court says, look, in the longer run, we might want to move towards encouraging crossover districts to break down racial barriers in voting. But these are both, these are the question of the value of majority districts and the value of crossover districts. These are classical examples of the types of things that might be the subjects of hard cases and require us to go to the fundamental democratic principles of what we want a free society to look like. AI, simply by remixing past precedents, can't answer that question for us. That comes to us as self-determining citizens to make a decision. Another example, partisan gerrymandering. I think we've heard enough depressing stuff from our first two presenters. Sorry, guys. So I won't go too much into the condition of partisan gerrymandering. But speaking more generally, it's been debated for 40 years. And there's been a real focus, particularly since Justice Kennedy decided to torture election law scholars by saying, well, maybe I'll allow partisan gerrymandering to be struck down by the federal courts if you guys can come up with a nice enough test. This led to a real focus on technical tests that could identify partisan gerrymandering. That sounds like potentially a great role for technology. Could technology, including potentially AI, and some of these tests really rely on AI construction of districts, could that inform if partisan gerrymandering should be illicit? But like in the Section 2 question, the question is not one of metrics or technical remixing, but what do we want our society to look like, and how do we want to govern ourselves? Do we want parties to be hard-knuckled competitors who can use any mechanism available to gain an advantage? Or do we want parties to adhere to certain moral visions of collaboration and fair play? Like the question of if we should prefer majority-minority districts or crossover districts, the legal status of partisan gerrymandering is a question that we can only answer through moral decisions about self-governance. So what's the takeaway here, right? There are limits to both the threat and the promise of technology in informing democracy. The idea that the status of AI would be primal or fundamental in determining the status of democracy, is I think tends not to be a true claim, because it will always point back to more human questions about democratic fairness. Now, technology may of course play a secondary role in shaping these conditions, and I think what we saw in some of the first two presentations were how technology can have this effect. What was particularly interesting is in both presentations you saw the role of campaign finance and the way that campaign finance might be accelerated or exacerbated by technology. But I think campaign finance will always boil down to the dynamic between democratic equality and economic inequality that is the uncomfortable part of the liberal capitalist democratic détente. Technology may exacerbate that tendency, but the question will always be one about how to ensure human liberty both in the economic and political realms. But the fundamental nature of these debates will always exist beyond technology, and I think in a certain sense that should be a source of comfort for us, because it means that so far at least, technology has not displaced the fundamental humanity that guides us in the contemplating democratic process. And I think that is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Just taking a second.
Yes, you should.
Okay. All right. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Commissioner Dara Lindenbaum of the Federal Election Commission. Commissioner Lindenbaum was nominated to the Federal Election Commission by President Joe Biden in February 2022 and confirmed by the United States Senate in May 2022. She served as chair of the FEC in 2023, where she oversaw the petition for rulemaking to clarify whether fraudulent misrepresentation includes deliberately misleading campaign communications generated through the use of artificial intelligence. Recently, she spoke with former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton at the Aspen Institute about the impact of artificial intelligence on the 2024 elections. Prior to her appointment to the FEC, Commissioner Lindenbaum was a partner at Sadler Reef, a boutique law firm in Washington, D.C., focusing on political law. There she advised candidates, political committees, and organizations on a wide range of laws and regulations, including complying with state and federal campaign finance and election laws. Before joining that firm, Commissioner Lindenbaum was an associate counsel in the Voting Rights Project at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, where she focused on election law and voting rights. She has a Bachelor's of Science from Northeastern University and a JD from George Washington University Law School. Commissioner Lindenbaum, thank you for joining us today.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you so much for having me. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. We had a big week at the FEC with a lot of voting, and I have to be in town. Yeah, it's a real honor to be on a panel with these professors who I follow and read, and have these, really exciting ideas and thoughts on participation, campaign finance, election law, and everything, incorporated. Do y'all have my PowerPoint put up there? Are we sharing it?
Yeah, you can share, I think.
Okay, then remind myself how to do that. So it's been a little while since I think I need to look the authority to do that. There we go. Again. We say it right.
You're good.
All right, now let me see if I can get my notes so I can make some sense here today. All right, can't see my notes, right?
Correct.
But you can see my slide?
Correct.
I did it right. Wonderful. All right. So my presentation's a little bit, I think, different than everyone else. Is that mine's kind of the basics on what we're seeing, what's been going on, and kind of what I see moving forward. there we go. All right. So I'm going to just go over, some of the use cases and what the FEC does and does not do, and really what's going on in the States and some other things that are happening there. So what are we seeing this year? Well, we're seeing a few different things that may or may not be a big deal, right? The biggest thing that really launched a lot of concerns from, I think, the general public was a robocall in January before the New Hampshire presidential primary that used a deepfake voice of President Biden, urging residents not to participate in the primary. And it came out really quickly as this had happened. I think a lot quicker than people would have expected. And there was, it became pretty easy to combat because it came out so quickly. The press was able to attack it, and the campaigns were able to fight against it. Also, because it was a robocall done to phone lines, it's pretty easy to track there, right? That's different than some of the ways things happen on the internet. But it really brought about some of the big concerns that we're seeing from people. We are also seeing, some of these images that are, various forms of good or good not. We have the Grok 2 AI from X that is helping create these kinds of images that look very clearly fake. But those are these images and the cases that we're seeing, but they're getting better and better. And in these cases, people weren't really trying to make them look real and fly under the radar. But we can really start to see that, and that's kind of the concern. It's getting easier and easier and easier. Again, no, this isn't new. Photoshop has existed for a really long time, and people have been able to manipulate images. People, in 2010, we had a robocall issue with Governor Martin O'Malley's campaign, and there was a voice that went out that was made to sound like Michelle Obama's that told people, you don't need to go vote, it's okay, we won. So again, that didn't require AI, that was just a little bit of voice manipulation. So this isn't new, but what is new and what is particularly concerning is the way that misinformation and disinformation can spread through especially social media, and how this AI is really helping it spread there. So sometimes when we're talking about deepfakes, we're actually, well, in my opinion, missing the broader issue and the problem that's existed for a while now, and the lack of trust in information that we see, and where to find trusted sources. And it's just making the whole process worse. One of the biggest concerns that we are really seeing, and that I'm most concerned about, is the foreign interference aspect of this. We are seeing these different foreign actor linked operations like Spamouflage, which is the China linked influence operation. We are seeing this out of Iran. Different ways where it becomes really easy to exploit divisions that already exist in this country through these different measures. And just recently, the Secretary of State exposed a Russia-backed effort through RT to really sow division in Black communities by promoting this Russian-backed and quote-unquote news organization that was really spreading this misinformation and acting like a trusted source. But it's also not all bad, and particularly as Professor Green said, there are some really exciting things that can come out of AI in elections. One of my favorite stories that have come out with it is in an organization called Fair Count, which I used to represent. And they did a case study where they were using these AI tools to go through all of the information they collected when they were knocking on doors for people. And they were asking people about if they plan to vote, why or why not, and getting other information about what motivates them. And these kinds of narratives can be really hard to synthesize. It takes a lot of time and effort. But what they were able to do was use these AI models to transcribe voice memos and then feed those into an AI tool to really analyze what was motivating people in some of these small rural communities that aren't really reached. These are particularly communities that campaigns don't invest much time in because they don't see much bang for their buck. But because of these AI tools, they're able to reach these communities in a more powerful way without spending so much time there that they are missing some of the communities that have bigger vote totals to get out of. So there are very great ways that this is happening. Of course, it's not what we see most of the press about because that's not the exciting stuff in many people's minds. So let me tell you a little bit about the Federal Election Commission. We are the independent regulatory agency established to administer and enforce federal campaign finance laws. That is all we do. We are not an election administration agency. We don't deal with the actual voting in elections. We only deal with campaign finance. And the only other federal agency that deals with elections is the Election Assistance Commission, that really deals with the administration of elections and helping election officials and poll workers and certifying machines and giving out grants. So it always surprises people to know that there isn't a federal agency that really runs the way elections go. It doesn't make sure that people are doing things the right way, that isn't making sure that people are campaigning appropriately, that does not exist on the federal level. So it's pretty limited what the federal government can do here. So we have a very small area that we actually regulate on. And just a year ago, we received a petition for rulemaking asking us to really clarify the law on our fraudulent misrepresentation statute. Now, this is a little confusing, and it doesn't make all that much sense, but we have a statute that prohibits any candidate or their employer or agent from fraudulently misrepresenting themselves as speaking or writing or acting for or on behalf of any other candidate. Let me go to that slide. In a way that is damaging to the other candidate. So this is very narrow. I think this is one candidate, right? This isn't a super PAC. This isn't, a bad actor. This is a candidate fraudulently misrepresenting themselves as speaking or writing or acting on behalf of another candidate in a way that is damaging. It's a very narrow statute, and we were asked to somehow expand this so that it covers deepfakes, right? And that's been a challenge because the general public is concerned about deepfakes in elections, and there are many members of Congress that are very concerned about this. It's a bipartisan issue. But our statutory authority is very narrow, and it can be hard for us to sometimes make clear what we can and cannot do while explaining a pretty complicated statute. So what we've been working on for the last year is how do we deal with this petition for rulemaking, and how do we really give it the effort it needs and be respectful of the process, public, while staying true to what our mission is and our statutory authority. So we received over 2,400 comments during this rulemaking petition, And ever since then, we've been figuring out what to do. So yesterday, we actually had a very big vote on this. And working with 3 of my colleagues, so there were a team of 4 of us, a bipartisan team, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, we came up with a interpretive rule that I think clarified exactly as we were asked to do, that our fraudulent misrepresentation statute applies regardless of what kind of technology is being used. Mixed results from people. I will say that lightly. But what we were able to say and agree on is that regardless of what kind of technology somebody uses to engage in this fraudulent misrepresentation, it still violates the statute. We don't want to be in the business of rulemaking on specific kinds of technology, because then we become outdated in a year, right? I know what they're using right now, I don't know what they're going to be using in a year, and our statute really covers everything. It's the actual action, it's not the tools that are used to do that. So again, we didn't make everyone very happy, but what we really have done here is throw it back to Congress and tell Congress that if you want us to do more, you have to give us the authority. I think they should. I think that they should be following the states, which I'll talk about in a second, and possibly require that disclaimers be used on technology that uses deepfakes. There are other ways that they can regulate it around it that people are thinking. But right now, that's really in Congress's hands. Of the interpretive rule, what it does is it's technology neutral. So the really exciting stuff is actually happening in the states. It's been interesting to see some of the rhetoric coming out of Congress and some others in this space, because this really is a bipartisan issue. People on both sides of the aisle are very concerned about how they themselves are going to be portrayed. Anybody is minutes away from being, attacked in this manner or misrepresented in this manner. And so in the states, they've moved really quickly. States have taken a few different tacks here. So there are outright prohibitions with time limits, which is the way Texas does it. So you cannot use this deepfake technology in certain ways, a certain amount of time before the election. There are constitutional issues there because unfortunately they didn't put in an escape clause for parodies, which is a really important constitutional provision. So we'll see kind of what happens there if they end up including that. But Texas is considered a very Republican state, and they were one of the first ones, out of the gate to pass this. We have issues with this. They have to disclose on the ads that it has this technology with time limits. So without time limits. So at any time, if you're using this technology in a certain manner on your ad, you have to say that you are using this generative AI. And then other places where you have disclosure time limits, so within 60 days of an election, 90 days of an election. And that's one of the core First Amendment reserves that we've put in place in a number of different election-related things. So if you have certain ads within a certain window of time before an election, there are certain additional requirements, and that has kind of helped uphold things in the Supreme Court. And just some of what we're seeing here in Texas. So it's within 30 days of an election. You cannot do this kind of deepfake video. Florida, it's anything you in whole or in part with the use of generative AI. One of the interesting discussions around the disclosure idea is, what are we trying to accomplish here? So there are a couple of different ways of looking at it. If you have a deepfake video, right? Do we want to have have it very clear on that video has generative AI, and that so the public knows that in this particular video, this is one you have to look out for. But the truth is, so much of what we see now is going to have generative AI in different ways to make the ad better, to make it more effective. You'll see it makes it cheaper if you want a candidate to be standing next to a waterfall. Instead of taking the candidate to the waterfall, you just put a waterfall in with the generative AI. Do we really need to disclaim that? Does it actually dilute the disclaimer? If we have a disclaimer that says this contains generative AI on anything that uses that technology, should we limit it just to those situations where it is used to against an opponent? Is that constitutional to do? Or do we want to keep these disclaimers on so that it can kind of remind everybody that you have to question everything you see? I don't know the answer to that. It's a question that I battle with, and in conversations with folks who are actually reading these laws, I raise, and I think that it's important for people to think about what are we trying to accomplish here and what is it going to actually do. The other thing is California, although California, I think, just passed their law, and my PowerPoint has not been updated since then because I have not had a minute to really see what they are doing. But I think it is going to be have a constitutional challenge very soon. So again, on the federal side, there are a number of different proposals, and these are all really bipartisan proposals. There are bills to prohibit the distribution of materially deceptive AI-generated audio and visual media that includes a candidate to influence an election or to solicit funds. And this is sponsored by Senator Klobuchar, Senator Hawley, Coons, Collins, and Bennett. This is a real bipartisan bill. We have AI Transparency in Elections Act, which would add disclaimer requirements, and that's again Senator Klobuchar with Senator Murkowski. And then also bills to help election administrators. Again, I don't see any of these passing this year, even though I think many members of Congress wish they would, but leadership for one reason or the other is not allowing this to move. But I can see the dam breaking next year. The other thing that I've said from the beginning of the year is that I think it depends on how much the candidates really bloody each other up here, and how they feel, especially the leaders in the parties, on what is them to them using generative AI here. I don't think we've seen that much of it, which has been interesting. I think in some ways we are slightly protected from some of the worst that can happen because of the expansion of early voting. So, in 2 decades ago, somebody could drop something really detrimental to a candidate 2-3 days before an election and see it absolutely explode with no time for the candidate to come back and combat it. But now people are, in Virginia, I think we started voting today. So there was this lead time that does, early voting does so many fantastic things, but one of them is decentralize the ability for somebody to really muck it all up. And one of the other things that's happening in the federal space is the Federal Communications Commission, for reasons that are beyond my understanding. Some of my colleagues have decided to get into fights with the FCC about their attempts to regulate in this space. And it's really my position, and I think it should be everyone's position, that this takes a whole of government and a whole of society approach to attack this. Whoever has jurisdiction to do something in a constitutional way should really be thinking about this, and if they're not, they are shirking their duties. We all need to be thinking about this. And that leads me to kind of one of the really bigger points here, is about what regulating can and cannot do. We can't stop really bad actors. A campaign is going to put on a disclaimer if they're required to do so. A foreign government who is intending to get in the middle of our elections is going to do everything they can to go around and not put a disclaimer on that. A disclaimer is not going to stop them. They're going to find those other ways. We've seen the technology companies like OpenAI say that they have these safeguards in place. But those are the bigger companies. That's not the smaller companies who are using this technology and are able to bypass those safeguards. So this is a huge problem that we cannot regulate our way out of, and the law is not going to do that. We need everybody involved in here, from government, like the intelligence community, but also everybody in the community, to find trusted actors, to find trusted source of information, to be able to combat that misinformation. It's a lot easier said than done, but it's one of those critical components because we use all of our tools here.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for that presentation. And with apologies to my colleagues, I want to ask first how your time is, since you started your presentation with the fact that you're in the middle of rulemaking. I just wanted to be cognizant of how much time you have to be here with us, as opposed to needing to go.
We're done. We passed it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
You have me as long as you want.
Great, great, great. So the great news then is that we have about 36 minutes until our 11:15 break. So there's lots of time for questions. So I would encourage all of us to think about questions as we might have them. I did prepare some questions, and I see you, Professor Enton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Ellis. Quick comment for Professor Torres-Spelcy, and then a question for Professor Green. The reference to Nuremberg, our late colleague Henry King was the youngest Nuremberg prosecutor and spent many years on our faculty. So this is a good place for the reference. Professor Green, you referred to errors that AI introduces in various aspects of election administration, and that raises for me the question, how is the error rate for AI, how does that compare with the error rate for humans?
Oh boy. Well, I'm completely not qualified to answer that question. Let me just say first, but so I've been working with AI myself. So the election law program, this project I run that helps judges deciding election disputes, we're creating a 50-state election code tool that will help judges identify and contextualize state election codes. And the work to put this together has been pretty intense. And one of the things that we've had is students going through some of the material and figuring out whether, for example, a case is an election case or it involves, something not related to elections. And so we are starting to explore whether or not AI could help us do sort of a first pass. But one of the things that we've realized is that there's just an unacceptable error rate. So in other words, we couldn't deploy the AI tool and be done with it. That, in other words, it needs human review. And so I think AI in the election administration realm is useful in the same way, in that it can speed up processes, but that it can't be a substitute for human review. And so I think in some ways, I don't think election administrators, I think they understand and don't think that they would substitute AI for human review. But I can tell you, there have been studies of things like hand counting ballots and whether or not hand counts are more accurate than than using software to count ballots, and that data is clear that human error is far greater than a computer tabulated result. So I think it's a little bit apples and oranges because one is sort of an optical scan. There's not AI being used there. And the other example that I was talking about where you take large amounts of data and use AI to process it, I think it's clear that there's a large error rate in that second scenario and that human review is required. So just trying to kind of lay out a possible answer to that question.
So we have more questions. Let's start down here and then we can work our way back.
Hello? Hello. So this is for Professor Eisler. You assume that judges have a moral bias, but I think you're talking about morality with the judges versus AI. Maybe I misunderstood.
They have a what bot? What was the
Moral. That they're moral. That the human morality plays into their decisions.
Well, it's more. So this is why I relied. This is why I relied on Dworkin. He believes that sound judging is inevitably moral because what judges do, so they may do it well, they may do it badly, they may assert principles that we find acceptable, they may assert principles that we find unacceptable. But judging is inevitably a moral practice. I wasn't saying that they necessarily make the right moral decisions in the sense of the right decisions or the ethical decisions, but rather that judges inevitably engage in a type of practice that is procedurally moral. And I think that's true, right? Because what judges are inevitably doing is not merely remixing previous information in the way that AI does. What they're doing is they're making a type of judgment that is distinctly moral, let's say distinct in my view, and I think in most understandings of jurisprudence, distinctly human. So you can't, in effect, dehumanize the process of judging. It's not, judges can, of course, do this badly, and we can point to, what would often be called anti-canon precedents that we now see as morally wrongful, but the judges were still making a type of decision that was moral in making those judgments.
But I think you said that that's better than what AI could do.
It's not so much that it's better, it's that AI could never emulate that process, right? To give a crude example, the idea that we could replace judges for some decision, for judging, but also for any sort of election law process in a deep way, I think it misses the essence of it. There would still be a moral judgment underlying it, and if we tried to delegate that to AI, I think it would be the underlying human actor who decided to delegate to AI who would then be making that moral decision, right? That the idea that we could completely offload this to technology just isn't an accurate statement.
I guess I'm just confused by the use of morality when you think of greed or marital bliss or political bias when decisions are made.
Yes, sir, since you have the mic, and then we can go to you next.
State-of-the-art AI uses machine learning to change itself. So I'm wondering, this is a two-part question. First of all, given that AI can change itself, what standard should be held to, should a campaign be held to if the AI changes either its process or the outcome and the campaign says, I didn't intend that, or I didn't know it was going to happen, or because of black box technology hides their intentions? And the second part is, given the state of our rules of procedure and rules of evidence, they're not capable of finding the evidence that would answer this question. So what standard should a campaign be held to? Is it an absolute standard? Is it still an intentionality standard? And regardless of what the standard should be, do you think, given the status of our rules of procedure and evidence, that we could even prove any candidate to be held liable at this point?
Is that for the commissioner?
Well, we got 35 minutes left, right? So whomever.
Well, now 30. So.
I can offer some thoughts. So I thought a lot about this, and I think you pointed out exactly what the problem is with trying to regulate deep fakes. And I think that there's something to be said, and I'm really looking forward to our panels this afternoon to applying some kind of a defamation type model where you're assessing intent in a similar way that you do in a defamation claim. But you're right to point out that it's much more complicated when you're talking about a tool that can kind of create itself on its own. So I see huge problems there. And in the end, what I ended up deciding was that the only sort of constitutional and practical way to do this is to do just have notice requirements and just call it a day. But that's really not very satisfactory for reasons that the commissioner suggested, because foreign actors and anonymous actors online won't comply with that notice requirement anyway. So it's a very troubling problem, and I banged my head against the wall for months on that one, and I think a lot of other people are too. So it's in some ways an intractable problem, and I guess probably the commissioner can describe how intractable it has been to rulemaking.
I'll just add a general point about AI since we are at a law school. At best, ChatGPT is a B student. At worst, it is an F student. And what I mean by that is, so I teach 2 seminars, which are paper writing seminars, which require our students to actually cite real law in the real world. And it is so obvious when someone has used a computer to write their papers, because I actually check every site, and once you find like 2 or 3 fake sites in a paper, then you almost find that they're all fake. And then they get the F. And there have been lawyers who've been sanctioned for putting hallucinated citations into their briefs and putting them into court. That is not the way to start a law career. Do the research yourself.
I'll just briefly speak to the first question you asked, which is about machine models improving themselves. And this has been the subject of a lot of attention and anxiety in sort of the tech sector, the idea of superintelligence, AI models that could essentially become recursively smarter than humans. I shouldn't say skeptical isn't quite the right word. It's more that I'll believe it has a capacity for genuine creativity when I see it. I have no doubt that they're incredibly impressive capacities to do tasks, do tasks that we didn't expect computers to be able to do. Whether that will, and self-improvement might be one of those. Whether that would achieve genuine human creativity, I think is a really interesting kind of question about the nature of intelligence itself, right? If we look at what AI can do, take what it can do with images, which I think is even a more vivid, I presume everybody's seen the capacity of AIs to generate really striking images, now videos, but all it can do is reprocess what's already been done. It can't, in a word, it can be a hack. It can't be Andy Warhol. By the way, I'm not an Andy Warhol fan. But the point being, he did something conceptually different, right? And you're talking the ability of AI models to improve themselves, whether that exists in silos that are not genuinely creative, seems to be the question. Then if AIs ever start doing things that are genuinely creative, showing novel conceptual work, that will raise questions about if we are unique as intelligent actors. And I think until we have that point where we see AIs demonstrating what looks like genuine creativity, we can always trace responsibility back to the human actor who is employing it, or I shouldn't be so confident. We can be more comfortable tracing responsibility back to the human actor who is relying on the AI.
But the question of what creativity is it creative to hallucinate a citation? I mean, in some ways, that's very creative. It doesn't exist in the world.
Commissioner, did you want to weigh in on this particular question?
Sure, I think everyone just raised 10 different things that I was all thinking different comments on. But I think there's one idea of when we talk about the defamation standard and how that works, right? The important thing there is that it's not a government agency that is deciding if one defamed another, right? There's a whole court process, and it's either a judge or a jury who's making that determination. And when we break down, when people want agencies like mine to regulate in this area and decide if something is or are not defamatory, is that actually something that should happen? Is that constitutional? Is that a good government practice? If it's not just the FEC that nobody has very high thoughts on, should DOJ be making those kinds of determinations and deciding if somebody should prosecute that? When you really think about that, I don't think the answer is yes there.
Professor Eisler, you are remarkably persuasive that these hard cases require the synthesis of moral ideals that is inaccessible to AI. Do you believe that easy cases, the ones that are not the subject of debates over moral ideals that manifest themselves in legal arguments and decisions, could these easy cases be outsourced to AI to relieve the busy attorney and overworked judge who invariably spend too much of their time on these more trivial matters?
So I think that would actually that's a great question. I think there would actually be a real risk there in the following way. Underlying an easy case is always some deeper normative determination about what should be controlling, not necessarily as precedent, but as a type of meta rule, right? What should be the source of authority. And it's straight, there is always a moral judgment in what, this is when Dworkin says lawyers are always philosophers, that's the point he's making. It's not that they're always pointing to pure moral philosophy, but they're always making a moral judgment about what type of authority to rely on, what should be authoritative. I suppose that creating a pure procedural outsourcing process would be very dangerous because it would cut off a line for that creativity, even in an easy process. That said, I'm cynical enough to recognize that where there's a way to make money or improve efficiency, the system will squeeze that out. And I already see, I've already heard stories about lawyers using AI to help them write briefs. And I think the real question here, which I'm not sure I have a firm position on, is the degree to which we want to regulate the sausage making process, right? Do we simply want to look at the outputs and say, well, if there are if all the sites look good and it's been stitched together in a way that looks fit for purpose, should we care if chunks of it were generated with AI? It's also going to be a real question we face as educators. If I don't know how effective they are. I don't think they were that effective in the first instance, but I presume they're improving, where you can take a piece of text, put it through an algorithm, and it'll tell you if parts of it were AI generated. If a paper that's otherwise fine, the student has taken it and polished it, checked each site, stitched it together, that they can say, well, but you used AI in the writing of this paper. Should that be necessarily a basis for disciplinary action, or do you say, well, you produced something that is acceptable by those lights? I don't know, and I suspect ultimately, look, I'll try to avoid going too far off the rails here, but technology like this always has deeply disruptive effects for our current practices. The development of writing eliminated the tradition of the oral bard, for example, right? Will AI have that type of disruptive effect on what we consider our current idea of what writing consists of? I'm worried about that, and because I'm feeling a little bit like old, in my own way I approach stuff, old dog, new tricks, it will come with costs, but ultimately I don't think we'll be in a position to make a decision about that. The effect of the technology will have its own momentum.
I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative to just take 30 seconds to interject as well. Professor Eisler made a very interesting point in terms of the dynamic and thinking specifically about the judiciary, right? Law clerks get hired for precisely that purpose, right? We outsource the researching and the drafting that feeds into the judge. And by the way, law students, clerking creates an opportunity for you to learn from that process. So there are policy reasons to think cautiously about making AI a judge's law clerk on top of the sort of epistemological and moral and other issues around creativity and composition. With that, I'll yield to the next question.
I just want to say, I think that's a great point, and I think one reliance on AI would have transformative, potentially pathological effects on how people think more generally, and that might be a reason to limit its use, particularly in the moral case of judging. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. One of the things that, as we're having this discussion about advanced technology, that worries me even more is that we have this at the same time as these diminishing in-person third spaces and this increase of civic engagement and democratic messaging and organizing happening online, whether that's in social media or otherwise. How do you, we've kind of skirted around this, but how do you suggest not having a spiraling effect in working to combat these incredibly well-resourced anti-democratic forces who are either directly controlling or through advertising and other ways controlling media streams where people are actively attempting to do this organizing work in a way that we're not spiraling increasingly, taking away the kind of democratic backbone of our society and where most of that energy is coming from. That's for the group.
Yeah, so one of the things that makes this really, really difficult and fraught is the First Amendment and the Supreme Court's approach to the First Amendment. And one of the cases that I really do loathe, though I think pure free speech advocates love, is a case called Alvarez. It is also known as the stolen valor case. And so you have this lying liar who lies, named Xavier Alvarez. And one of the things he lies about is having military honors that he didn't earn. And that violated the Stolen Valor Act. And so he's actually prosecuted for lying about his stolen valor. And his lawyers, I think rightly so, said, okay, there's a First Amendment issue here. And when it's resolved at the Supreme Court, they essentially say you have a First Amendment right to lie about your own biography if you're not making money on it. It's sort of like, it's different if you're defrauding someone, but if you are just lying about yourself, which is what he was doing, they said you can't go after him criminally, even if you're lying about something really serious like military service. And that, I think, is what, if you tried to go after X or Elon Musk for all of the nonsense that he has generated, lying about elections, lying about election administration, I think his first line of defense, like the first line in the brief, would be citing to Alvarez and saying, like, I can lie about this stuff. I'm not asking anyone for money. Go ahead. And it would be very interesting to see what the Supreme Court would do with that.
Yeah, I would just add, I'm equally troubled by Alvarez because I think it rests on the assumption that the marketplace of ideas will fix this problem. In other words, someone will lie about their military service and you can just look it up and figure out whether that's a lie or not. But I think our marketplace of ideas is fundamentally broken. And it is sometimes virtually impossible for somebody to use the marketplace of ideas to fix the problem because of some of the hydraulics that panelists have been talking about today. And I'm assuming that we're going to hear a lot more about Alvarez this afternoon and from First Amendment scholars who are addressing it. But I do wonder how long it will take the court to figure out that the marketplace of ideas is dysfunctional.
To take it in a slightly different direction, I think the risks that are being posed by technology are in one sense not especially new, and I think you can trace it. Bob Putnam wrote a book in 2000 called Bowling Alone about how American society is becoming fragmented and individuals are participating less in civic organizations. Right? The title comes from people used to go to civic organizations, whether it be the church or the Masons or the Rotary Club. Now they kind of sit in their own apartment and watch Netflix, right? I think technology is exacerbating this trend. The ultimate path, I think, to chart out is very difficult because I think you're seeing in very subtle demographic ways how technology is displacing standard modes of civic engagement. And I think this is where I think the threats of technology often are more pervasive and subtle than we see. It's not just people being exposed to false information, it's people turning to technology to fulfill social and existential needs in a way that they used to civically engage with each other. The problem is that's a very hard thing to regulate back, right? In a way, it's a bit like, AI, we could say, is an expression of this. Technology, evolutionary forces broadly construed will have their own momentum. So I don't have a clear answer for you. History tends to sort out itself.
I actually want to pick up on this theme of, yes, this is new and there are risks and threats, and yet at the same time, to quote the ancient wisdom of there's nothing new under the sun. And in that sense, I want to turn to the commissioner for a second and ask one of the questions that I had while listening to your presentation, which was in your initial list of things that you mentioned were going on in 2024, you mentioned robocalls. And that got me thinking about, well, you know, misinformation and disinformation about elections. The robocall is a classic. And, you know, there was litigation from the 70s and 80s about robocalls and, in essence, voter intimidation. Would you care, and especially given your practice experience in this area, would you, give us a little bit on what other the longer arc about election disinformation, prior to this sort of 2020s crisis of AI?
Thank you. I like this question, although I hate the actions that people take in the misinformation space. I think this has been going on for as long as there have been elections. And I wasn't, since the beginning days, but, in studying how people have tried to prevent other people from voting or convince people not to vote for another person, people have done some really disgusting things. And some of the things that one of the things that most motivated me to get into this space was even, hearing about people leafleting doors that say that Republicans vote on Tuesdays and Democrats vote on Wednesdays, or telling people, especially targeted at, well, it's always been targeted at Black and brown communities, and seeing that now. If we think now at the ability we have to go online and quickly check something out, different than a long time ago when people didn't have the internet or even the internet at their fingertips, didn't know who to call, maybe didn't have a phone, didn't have any way to really verify information or reason to believe that somebody was providing them with this wrong information. And you can really see that swaying things. We've also seen that these kinds of tactics and tricks often happens in really small communities. And it's the origination of micro-targeting, where if it's only targeted at 30 households, maybe other people don't find out about it and it can't be crushed, but it is hitting those 30 households that the disseminator of this information knows they don't want voting, and they are going to suppress their votes there. So all of this is just these, kind of horrific ways that people have tried to stop other people from voting, have been around forever. I think there was an arc at some point where people did have some of the tools to try to disprove themselves some of that information. And there are so many organizations like the Lawyers Committee, which I used to work for, who are really out there trying to help voters make sense of the information they're receiving about this, the actual voting. So there may have been, a period where people could kind of find trusted sources and they had their local newspapers that they could rely on. But now we've kind of flipped to the other side of it, where we don't have those local news anymore that people can rely on, or that local radio that is really big in some communities that can really quickly get out there and say, you may have heard this, it's flat out wrong, you vote on Tuesday. And now we're in that world where, how do you find that trusted information? There's this incredible organization called Impact, that has been around for about a year, and is specifically designed to identify and fight misinformation spread in the Black communities. And the things that they discover come in sometimes from the very people or organizations that people are pushing people to get that good information is flipping into misinformation or coming from these foreign sources. So it is such a hard world we're in, where is anything actually right? What we see is that wrong. The other side of it now is that we have what some are calling the liar's dividend, right? So you have, an elected official who's not a good dude, and who, when he gets caught on tape saying something, can say, oh, that wasn't me, that was, misinformation or AI. And we are seeing people use it that way. So it's this I don't want to say a nightmare scenario, but it's a pretty crappy scenario where people don't know what's true and where to find that truth. And always feel like somebody's tricking them, which leads people to not want to go and participate.
So I would just add to that, one of the things that I spent the past 4 years thinking about is why do so many of my fellow Americans believe the 2020 election was stolen? Like if you poll, and it's a question that's actually polled repeatedly. The independents don't think it was stolen. The Democrats definitely think it wasn't stolen. A majority of Republicans to this day still think it was stolen. And we have to challenge ourselves to make that phenomenon go away, because that, I think, is ultimately deeply eroding of the democratic process.
Can I just jump in on that? I was actually listening to something about that recently, and for many of those people, they may not have thought it was stolen three years ago, but because of the information push that's been happening, they've actually changed their mind to think it's stolen. And that's the even worst part of it all.
It's like the propagation of a meme of fraud. That's a shout out to myself, by the way. Yes, sir.
Is this on?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Okay. As a Republican activist, and since 1964, Republicans have cherished the idea that we can't lose an honest election. I think there was a good deal of, more than a good deal of truth to that in 1960. However, Republicans are still campaigning against Mayor Daley and Boss Tweed. It's a fixation. Mr. Trump has only spoken to a long-standing fixation among the Republican base, which I personally consider it self-defeating because it encourages us not to do the heavy lifting of persuading independents and marginal Democrats to think about voting our way. I actually know people who believe that Mr. Trump won the popular vote in 2016, and that he would have carried California except for all the illegal immigrants that were bused to polling places. Now, in my older incarnation, I do pro bono work largely in the Latino community, but also among former Vietnamese immigrants. And I find it a hard thing to get new citizens to bother to vote. The idea that you're getting people who are ducking the immigration, ducking ICE, getting them to go and vote fraudulently is appealing only to people who really want to believe it. I'm not sure I completely understand why it has that appeal. People, and so help me, in 1964, when not only the polls but the economy showed that Barry Goldwater did not have the proverbial snowball's chance, not just because of his own positions, but because there'd been an assassination and the economy was going great. There were people who insisted that they believed that the Democrats were going to set it up so that martial law could be brought in and there wouldn't be an election. I don't know how much magical thinking prevails among Democrats, but this was well before AI.
So reactions from the panel? I mean, yes.
So I'm going to go give a sort of Thomas Piketty-esque response. So democracy, speaking very cynically, requires two things. It requires ideological commitment from enough of the constituency to sustain it, and it requires people to have an incentive to participate. I think one of the great untold stories in declining levels of trust is that is the underlying lack of incentives for people to engage with society. What one might call the golden age of American democracy, starting with the sort of the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s, was also a period of enormous economic opportunity in America and opportunity at high levels of social mobility. One of the questions that I'm starting to think about more and more is the degree to which declining levels of electoral trust actually reflect declining levels of social mobility. Right, and the fact that the opportunities that were present in the sort of post-World War II era for many individuals to advance in society without necessarily feeling like they were participating in a completely ruthless zero-sum game is lost, and this is undermining democratic trust. I think the problem is, one, it's very difficult for electoral procedure to fix that, right? And two, I think that's the type of optically unappealing truth that politicians don't want to recognize. They want to pin the blame on a more concrete actor. I think this is why you get things like attacks on immigrants or claims of electoral fraud. Those are more concrete than recognizing that our society might be losing some of the social mobility that was really appealing feature for 30 years.
Where to begin? Can we solve all of democracy's problems in 3 minutes? No, we're not. It's why people write full books about these topics. It is the Gordian knot of a problem. How do we make elections both trusted and trustworthy? I think we have to figure this out, and we have to figure it out very quickly and almost in real time, because voting in some states starts in a couple of weeks. And I want voters to go to the polls feeling confident that their vote is going to count and matter, and that the will of the people will determine our next president, our next control of the Senate, the control of the House, several governor's races, many local elections. There's so many reasons to show up and vote. In my home state of Florida, we have, do we want to legalize weed on the ballot? And do we want to give women back their bodily autonomy? The stakes could not be higher. And I need voters to actually show up and vote so that public will and sentiment is actually translated into policy at some point.
And if I can just maybe add that, if you're worried about elections and the degree to which they're trustworthy, the best thing you can do is go and be part of them. So go and be an observer for the party that you most agree with. Go and work at the polls. And, every time I've confronted, and this is just anecdotal, anybody who is really doubtful that, people are being bussed into, non-citizens are being bussed in to vote, or, election officials are hiding or destroying votes or whatever. If you go and watch an election, first of all, it's like watching paint dry. Nothing happens. It's very, orderly, which I was, at the Fulton County elections observing in 2022, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that that's the case. And secondly, that you'll find that election officials are doing their best. They are like us. They are citizens who are stepping forward to help administer elections. It's an incredibly difficult and complex process. And I think the more you get involved, if you distrust elections, the more you'll see that everybody's trying to do their best, and that there are a ton of safeguards in place to make sure that voting is safe and reliable and secure. So I encourage people to get involved, not just by voting, but also by taking part in the election process.
I was going to ask a question, but in many ways, I think you've answered it. So I might pose a question sort of to the room based on what I think we've heard, to do a little bit of synthesis and piggyback on this last question. What I feel like I'm hearing from all four of you is that technology has incredible positive potential in some ways and incredible negative potential in others. Unsurprisingly, that's been the nature of technology since technology has existed. But in particular, that there are specific things that artificial intelligence technology is really good at. It's really good at information gathering, it's really good at information synthesis, and it's really good at least some forms of information presentation. And then there are other things that it's really bad at. It's really bad at transparency. It's really bad at provenance. And it's really bad at what I'm going to call moral serendipity. So thinking about that, our answer to a lot of problems as lawyers and law professors is law, is regulation. To the extent this is a question for anybody, I think it's a question for Commissioner Lindenbaum. Is there an extent to which law just isn't an answer here? Right? Is the very nature of what AI is doing eroding trust in a system in a way that law can't or shouldn't intervene?
That's sometimes where I come down to try to think of, if we were given all the power in the world, like if the FEC was given all the power in the world to regulate ads, is that a good thing? I don't know. Wouldn't that, having government bureaucrats be able to determine what is true and what is false, is that a good idea? I don't think so. I may think I'm pretty good at it, but I don't want some of my colleagues making that determination, or future commissioners making that determination. And if that's my answer, then I don't think that's a great idea. And if we're just relying on this in this space, we are, maybe some element of that needs to go that way, but there's so much more of it that's a whole society issue.
I would add some things can be fixed by law. And for example, one of the sources of dark money in our elections is our statutes were last revised when broadcast ads were the thing. It was the way that you communicated with a vast electorate. That is no longer the case. So sadly, when we put in the definition of electioneering communications into BICRA, we specifically said it was a broadcast ad. And so what BICRA captures, the sham issue ads, which is a good thing, I think, it doesn't capture them if you put it in a Twitter feed, or if you put it in a Facebook feed, or another place online, because that's not broadcast. So you could have a Congress that cared about such things, and they could change that definition and broaden it so that it doesn't just hinge on whether it came over a TV antenna.
I think that's a good place to leave everything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists, and particularly thank you, Commissioner. And I'll yield back to Mr. McGurty.
I don't have much to say, but I wanted to recognize Professor Ellis and give him a round of applause for being the moderator for this. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 11:30 for the keynote from Professor Citron. There are still refreshments out in the back, coffee, tea, water, and then bathrooms are back in that corner. See everyone in 15 minutes. Alrighty. Hope everyone's took a break, at least a little bit, or talked to our great professors that were just on the panel. So we are now for the keynote from Professor Danielle Citron from the University of Virginia. She is the Jefferson Scholars Foundation Schnuck, I think is that how you pronounce that, Distinguished Professor of Law and Cadwell and Chapman Professor of Law at University of Virginia Law School, where she writes and teaches about privacy, free expression, and civil rights. Professor Citron has published extensively with more than 60 articles and essays for many of the top law journals, more than 50 opinion pieces for major media outlets, and several books, including her latest, The Fight for Privacy, Protecting Dignity, Identity, and Love in the Digital Age. Her scholarship and advocacy have been recognized nationally and internationally. In 2024, she received the International Association of Privacy Professionals Leadership Award, and in 2015, the United Kingdom's Prospect magazine named her one of the top 50 world thinkers. She is also a 2019 MacArthur Fellow. Citron has worked with lawmakers, law enforcement, and tech companies for the past decade to combat online abuse and protect intimate privacy. In June 2019, she testified before Congress about the national security and privacy risks of deepfakes and has been working with Hill staff on a bill to criminalize digital impersonation. She has been involved in reform efforts around the regulation of online platforms. In October of 2019, she testified before Congress about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and since 2011, she has been a member of Facebook's Non-Consensual Intimate Imagery Task Force, an advisor and member of Twitter's Trust and Safety Task Force, or X. Sorry. She is also an advisor to the dating app Bumble and a founding member of Spotify's Safety Advisory Council. Citron is an affiliate scholar at the Stanford Center on Internet and Society, Yale Information Society Project, and NYU's Policing Project. She's a member of Axon's Advisory Board on Artificial Intelligence Ethics and is a member of America Law Institute, where she serves as an advisor on the Restatement Third Information Privacy Principles Project and Restatement, Torts on Defamation and Privacy. Before joining UVA Law, Citron taught at Boston University School of Law and the University of Maryland School of Law. She has been a visiting professor at Fordham Law School and George Washington Law School. In 2019, she was distinguished visitor at Washington University School of Law and an interdisciplinary studies fellow at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. She has a BA from Duke University and a JD from Fordham University School of Law. Our very well-qualified Professor Citron, everybody. You can't hear us? Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, well, now you're up. We can hear you, so you're all good. You are muted. I'm muted? Oh, well.
Oh, now I hear you. I couldn't hear you before.
Well, everybody heard it. It was a beautiful, best introduction ever you've ever had. But now we're here for you, and you're up to talk. Oh, still can't hear you. I'm muted again? Okay. Now you're up.
Okay.
Sorry, we have everything squared away for you, and we're ready for you to talk. Thank you.
Golly, so I'm sure you gave a really lovely introduction, and I just didn't hear it, and you know what? That's all for the better.
Oh, perfect. I have 50 witnesses.
I have no doubt that it was incredibly kind and generous, so I'm going to go with that, right? Thank you so much for having me and for allowing me to join by Zoom. I really had hoped to be with you in person, and I'm sad I'm missing being out together, being there with one another, with all my friends. So, of course, this symposium, so I really enjoyed the first panel. It was great to listen in, and it was really encouraging. We know that, of course, technology is we make it, right? We use it. It's human all the way down. And so these technologies, of course, can be used for ill, but also for good. And I love when Rebecca talked about the hopeful possibilities, because I live so in the dark side that it was incredibly lovely to have some hope about the ways in which some of these digital technologies can be democracy enhancing. I'm going to talk about how network technologies have been used to target individuals, to chill democratic engagement and disrupt the political process. And of course, I'm a law professor, so I'm going to consider the role of law, I haven't entirely given up. I realize that was the last colloquy of the conversation of the last panel, but also the role of markets, which now I'm less cynical, but I'm much more cynical about than I was in the last 15 years, in securing the sort of preconditions for engagement in our politics and for addressing online abuse. So let me just begin by describing, when I use the concept of online abuse, what I'm talking about. It is often a perfect storm. So we target specific individuals with continuous, so ongoing abuse that's targeted at them, and it's often a perfect storm of threats, defamatory lies, and privacy violations that appear both online and in direct communications. Research has shown that over the last decade that we've been able, when I first started writing about online abuse in 2007, we had scant statistics. And so often, folks would say to me, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. But now we know, through empirical research, that women and minorities are disproportionately targeted for such abuse. And as I've explored in my work, and as we've seen, and as researchers have explored, that abuse is often sexually threatening, and it's often demeaning in a sexualized, gendered, sort of racist, homophobic way. So it's not just threats, though we can imagine all sorts of threats, but it's often rape threats or threats of anal rape. It's not just any old defamation, though. Defamation comes in many forms, but it's often you target someone with false claims that they have sexually transmitted infections, they're available for sex, they're prostitutes. So impersonation suggesting they're interested in rape fantasies and often providing their home addresses. And privacy violations most often include the posting of real or hyper-realistic manufactured nude images. Often refer to as deepfake sex videos or images. And so let's just go through how this impacts the democratic process. Like, who's being targeted that I think is worth surfacing? So female politicians around the globe face relentless online abuse. And so one prominent figure for our politics is Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. She's talked about this. Quite frankly, she receives tweets from men telling her they want to kill her in every which way. And it's a daily occurrence. It's often a deluge, depending on the news. Her face has been morphed into porn via deepfake technology. So we also see this. We saw this in the 2020 presidential campaign, with now Vice President Harris's face being morphed into porn. There is no doubt if you go to Mr. Deepfakes, I'm going to prevent you from doing it. Like, don't give them advertising money. But if you go, there will be deepfakes of our vice president there, deepfake sex videos. So female politicians, right? Journalists covering elections faced destructive abuse. So just to pick a few examples, Julia Gaffey, she profiled Melania Trump in the GQ magazine in 2016. And some perceived it as critical. So posters attacked her with anti-Semitic and misogynist threats, as well as like other forms of abuse and defamation. She kept covering the election, but it wasn't without really serious costs that we're going to explore. During the 2020 presidential campaign, the New York Times journalist Nicole Perlroth wrote about the Russian Internet Research Agency's effort to suppress turnout in Black communities during the 2016 election. And when she did that, Russia Today attacked Perlroth as racist and stupid. And of course, what then followed was a cyber mob on Twitter and other sort of fringe American outlets attacking Perlroth, threats, again, doxing, threats, and defamation. Okay, and this playbook, right, it's of course pro-Kremlin trolls attack journalists, like Finnish journalists from all around the globe, but it's not just, of course, pro-Kremlin trolls doing this. And US citizens, domestic, it's foreign or domestic, right? Cyber mobs. I'm going to talk a bit about the Modi regime. In April 2018, Indian journalist Rana Ayub sort of took the bridge too far. She had been writing and criticizing the Modi regime for its human rights abuses, especially in the Muslim community, of which she's a member. But she went on BBC. And apparently that was a bridge too far, because the next day, a source who she had spoken to within the Modi regime sent her a text that warned her that a storm was coming. And moments later, her phone began blowing up with alerts. And what she found was, on her Twitter feed, circulating, was a deep fake video of her engaged in a sex act in which she never engaged. Right? So her face, this is 2018, so it's like not as sophisticated and hyper-realistic as it is today, though when we sat together and I interviewed her for my book, Fight for Privacy, it was her. Big eyes, beautiful, like, that was Rana engaged in that sex act, but of course it wasn't. And this, so for months, she faced rape and death threats. She was doxxed. She received sort of emails and texts, sort of demanding sex. People put up fake ads suggesting that she was available for sex. At the time, she was in her early 30s. She basically had to escape into her parents' house and didn't leave for 6 months for fear of physical violence. Okay, so that's sort of the inputs of democracy, our journalists, right? Our female politicians, and now our researchers. So election disinformation researchers have been targeted. I'm going to take an example from the United States. So Nina Jankowicz, she's been studying and writing about online disinformation and gendered abuse for nearly a decade. And in April 2022, the Biden administration announced that she was going to lead a new group in the Department of Homeland Security called the Disinformation Governance Board. Now, it wasn't a beautifully named board, right? It was really an intra-agency group that was going to coordinate sort of counter speech responses to disinformation. But she was immediately targeted by abuse, and it starts at a very high level, right? So she, as she explained to me, she had experienced cyber gender harassment, and she wrote a whole book about the experience, but what she experienced in the spring of 2020 was like nothing that she'd ever experienced before. And some politicians lit the flame. Representative Jim Jordan went on the Sean Hannity show on Fox and accused Jankowicz of spreading disinformation and of wanting to be the nation's chief censor. Representative Lauren Boebert released a public statement saying that Jankowicz was, I'm going to read this because it's too cookie for me to have memorized, that she was a Russia hoax, espousing radical, who's on video singing and asking who she needs to have sex with to become famous and powerful. Now, what I think the representative is referring to is there's a splice of a video, so like a grab of a video was taken of, Jankowicz was giving a talk on a panel, online panel, and so the splice is taken out of context. And it makes it seem as if she was saying that people should be able to edit each other's tweets. Now that's not what she was saying. She wasn't endorsing that, but because it was taken out of context and sort of packaged in a certain way, the tweet made it seem like she was interested in having folks become censors, right? Like someone powerful, editing people's tweets. And so what of course followed was an all-out assault online. So she was doxxed. She was 9 months pregnant at the time, right? So her home phone number, her email address, she and her husband's, their home address in Capitol Hill. She received rape and death threats by tweet, by Instagram, like by any social media account that she was on at the time. In her inbox, on her phone, my cell phone. And then of course, the coup de grace, no surprise, what comes next, intimate privacy violation, a deepfake sex video of her began circulating online. So here we are, we have, someone writing and thinking about election disinformation, working for the government. She's effectively chased out of her job. They closed the board within a week of the abuse, and she resigns. Okay. And that's true of researchers, academic researchers like Kate Starbird and others.
facing like the storm of online abuse, but Nina's just one example, right? And everyday people are targeted in ways that make it really difficult for people to even think of themselves as ever being capable of running for office. So I'm going to describe a Hill staffer who I interviewed for my most recent book, and his name, I'm going to call him Brian. And he had, when he was younger, shared a nude photo with someone who he trusted, but it was misplaced trust. And years go by, and he's working on the Hill in his late 20s, and a friend writes to say that the photo was posted on, and I'm going to use the term revenge porn, forgive me, it's a term I don't like, but a site that's devoted, I'd say non-consensual intimate imagery, but you might not know what I'm talking about. So a revenge porn site that is devoted to gay, bi, trans, and queer men. And the poster included the image that he had shared in confidence, and then without his permission, the poster included his name and his cell phone number and solicited what people thought and where they could find him. And what followed was like threads, it's like a bullets. It's like, if you don't want to look at the site, trust me. But if you look at it, it's like the threads that then follow are where he went to college, where he lives, like some more details about his work schedule, like his Grindr account. It's like a tsunami, a building tsunami of public inspection and humiliation and shame and fear for him, right? Because here it is tracking where he lives and works. Okay. So online abuse, of course, is tremendously costly in all sorts of ways and profound ways that my work has explored, right? And I, in my work, often focus on the privacy, what I call intimate privacy, but the privacy of our bodies, our health, our innermost thoughts, our sexual activities, our gender, sexual orientation, and our close relationships. And in that way, when you violate someone's intimate privacy, post their nude photo without their permission, you expose them and exhibit their identity in a way that you give them one that's not theirs. Of course, it has a profound impact on self-esteem, right? It impacts your sense of your ability, like autonomy, right? It changes how you see yourself because you see yourself through other people's eyes as just like an object. And it produces profound fear and anxiety, and of course the risk of physical harm. But I'm going to focus on our remarks because this is a conference about kind of political inputs, right, and free expression in and around elections and democratic discourse. The way in which online abuse changes victims' willingness to express themselves, and it alters what they are willing to say. So research has shown that women are statistically more chilled in their speech when they're targeted with online abuse. And I can tell you sort of anecdotally, in all of my work, victims shut down their social media profiles, they retreat from online engagement, right? They withdraw. And a study, and let's bring it to politics, a study conducted in 2019 found that in studying female Finnish cabinet members, that they received a disproportionate amount of sexually explicit, racist, and sexually threatening tweets. And when they're surveyed, those members explained that the abuse changed the way they talked about the issues, and it made them hesitant to take positions if it might unleash sort of a cavalcade of abuse, right? So it altered not only it not only created a chilling effect in the sense of like the unwillingness to speak, but conformity, right? It shaped how they spoke and what they were willing to take positions on. So just to go back to our examples of the folks I talked about at the beginning, clearly the goal of the Modi regime was to silence Rana Ayyub, and it did, right? She did not leave her home or write for 6 months because we're talking about a very patriarchal and society that views any woman who's seen in pornography as unacceptable. Rana Ayyub has not written for an Indian outlet since. She is amazing. She writes for the Washington Post in its global opinions. But since this incident, she has not been able to have a platform in her own country. So silencing, indeed it did, right? New York Times reporter Nicole Burrock said of her own experience that there's no clear way to respond to the abuse except silence. Jankowicz shut down her social media accounts for months and months. and she was terrified to leave her home. She, you know, at the height of the attack, she was 9 months pregnant, right? So she felt more terror than one can imagine, but terror to speak, because what would happen, she feared, if she tried to even try to address some of this abuse. You know, she was, of all people, she wants to counter disinformation, doesn't want to censor, but she couldn't come out publicly and talk about her own, what she wanted and her own views. Like, counter speech was not available to her. So, like, I'm thinking of what Rebecca was saying, that counter speech is like a folly sometimes, and it is, particularly when it comes to online abuse. Brian, our Hill staffer, you know, he told me he had always wanted to go into politics, but he felt like the option wasn't no longer available to him, right? The idea that you know, his photo had already been weaponized. If he wanted to run for office, we saw what happened with you know, the delegate the woman who was running for office in Virginia, when a video of her and her husband having sex surfaced. Like, she, no chance, no how, she did not win Susanna Gibson. And, you know, Brian, if I could talk to him today, I'm sure would tell me, like, his hesitancy, we talked and I interviewed him in 2020. But I imagine the hesitancy would remain, right? So here we are, we're at a conference, we're law professors, we're law students, we're practitioners, right? So the question is, like, what can law do, right? I'm going to use Jankowicz's experience to help us, like, sort through a bit about, you know, where law can intervene. So let's take first criminal law. You know, we have federal and state cyberstalking laws and threat laws that certainly could be invoked against attackers, you know, the perpetrators, the posters. The problem is, as is often the case, it's a combination of social attitudes and limited resources, right? So law enforcement, so often the case when I talk to victims of intimate privacy violations and cyberstalking, online abuse, the answer to them when they go to law enforcement, local, state, city, feds, and it's particularly at the state and local level, is turn your computer off, ignore it, you know, come on, boys being boys, like, just don't let it bother you. As if one could shut down a device in some way that sounds so 2001 or 2. You know what I mean? Like, without any conception of the way in which, and perhaps even 2004 or 5, like, the way in which internet is, network devices are with us all the time, right? And so Jankowicz was told that there's nothing could be done, even though there were laws on the books with regard to state cyber stalking, harassment, and threats. She was told the best advice that folks said they could give her was that she should move from her home. Now, she was 9 months pregnant and set to give birth to her child, so she wasn't moving and couldn't possibly move, right? The other problem too, and this is something that, you know, in studying cyber stalking is so often the case, is that she was attacked by a swarm, right? So when you go to law enforcement, it looks like, and maybe it's the illusion of large numbers, but it looks like hundreds of people. And it's really hard to say to law enforcement, help me, right? Go after the hundreds of people. And so often with law enforcement, their response is like, they're really good at street crimes, like, you know, ordinary face-to-face, could be sophisticated even, like bank robberies, right? But when it comes to online, crimes that involve online tools, they just feel a bit outpaced. So some of this is training, not only social attitudes, but training, right? But they just feel like they're not sure about how to, you know, take online posts and then go get a subpoena to unmask the person from the online, you know, service provider, and then to go to an ISP to get, you know, to figure out an IP address, as well as, you know, to connect the IP address to a person. So it's just a matter of, like, a lack of training and resources, as well as, of course, some of those social attitudes that we can't fix. We've been trying to fix. It's like, what do they say? Gender norms are so hard to excavate from all of us, right? No matter your, you know, gender. So that's just law enforcement's response was, we can't help you, right? So let's consider the legal responsibility of sites hosting the deepfake sex videos and the doxing, right? Her home address and phone number. And of course, sadly, the spoiler alert is there is none. But we might, I certainly argue the best way to minimize this an easy proposition to defend, but the best way to minimize the harm would be to get those deepfake sex videos and contact information taken down. We can't, remove the harm that's already happened, but let's get this stuff taken down so no one else can see it, so she can walk her dog without fear, right? Because as she explained to me, like, it was terrifying even to go out of her house. Because facing the tsunami of rape and death threats and people saying, I know where you live, bitch. Sorry. Someone asked me if I wanted to put up photos, images for today's talk, and I was like, never. I'm like the last person you ever want to have put up a slug, right? But Nina explained, like, she was, the best thing would be to get this stuff taken down. But she could not take legal action against those websites to pressure them to take them down. Because I don't know if a theme of the conference will be in the afternoon, perhaps might mention it a bit, but Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, Congress basically laid out in the hopes of, encouraging self-regulation. The idea was content platforms would be shielded from liability for user-generated content. And the provisions of Section 230, C1 and C2, have been really broadly understood, especially the leave off provision, so that social media platforms not only can host abuse and not take it down without consequence, but they can, like, major in abuse, meaning they can solicit, encourage, make money off of. Their business model can be online abuse, right? And they do not have to internalize any of the costs that they are externalizing. So Mr. Deepfakes is online, spreading, and Nina's video is along with our vice president and other, both prominent people and then, everyday people are on these kinds of sites. So, okay, this is what I find myself being depressed about, is that, the market is a false promise. So I've been working with social media companies, or have been since 2009. And what I can tell you is that advocates, both myself and Dr. Marianne Franks, my partner in the Civil Rights Initiative, over time, we were able to persuade companies to prohibit cyberstalking, threats, non-consensual intimate imagery, and deepfakes. And that was like in 2015 and then in 2019. And the only reason, and I've been working with them since 2009, and people working in trust and safety were increasingly hired, increasingly understood. It was very hard to get the C-suite to buy in because it would take money off the table, right? Because abuse is negative and novel. People are going to click on it, like it, and share it, right? The incentives are not there to take it down. But with some bad PR after Gamergate and the fact, as the leak of the nude photos of celebrities, including Jennifer Lawrence, we found a more responsive set of actors, right, in trust and safety. Like, they wanted to help us, right? They wanted to prohibit and actively address and moderate cyberstalking, cyber harassment threats, and non-consensual intimate imagery. And then in 2009, deepfake sex imagery. And we found a ready audience once there was really bad PR, right? And, think about what happens when, live, I forgot what you call it, like Facebook Live. When Facebook Live goes, starts, Mark Zuckerberg is waxing on about how fabulous this is. We'll have a visceral, we'll experience Facebook viscerally. What happens next is that there are live rapes are streamed on live, right? And his response was, oh, we'll hire 3,000 content moderators. Like, we're gonna just do better. We're not gonna disable, we're not gonna disable this, even though it is clearly being used for bad, and we can't moderate it live because it's happening simultaneously, right? So he throws moderators at it, which doesn't solve the problem. But worse now, this is why I'm sad, is that once X, Elon Musk buys Twitter, I can't call it X, I have such problems with X, but once it becomes X, like the literal 2 weeks after, he buys X, I was on the Trust and Safety Council, we were supposed to meet. Now, all of us were like, please, don't attack us, was like our first thought, because one of us had resigned kind of noisily and she got attacked. So, of course, the hour before we're supposed to meet, we're fired, which I'm not to say working for free was awesome. Thank you for firing me from a job in which I'm not getting paid, right? So But what then follows is the total disassembly of content moderation at Twitter, right? All the people we worked with, they decreased staffing and their capacity to carry out content moderation to prevent misinformation, hate speech, and online abuse. I'm just quoting something. And we've seen, and this is where this is create like a permission structure to just fire everybody. Trust and safety. Trust and safety is now a service. It's not. It's hardly in house, except for folks like Spotify, Meta. Like I gave a talk about my book Fight for Privacy in April at Twitch. People I was working with at Twitch were working at Twitch, and then 2 weeks later they weren't. Like they just fired everybody in trust and safety. And the reason why they had me come talk about deepfake imagery is because they had an incident with one of their streamers. And then once X kind of gave permission for everyone to get rid of trust and safety in-house, they did, right? And the depressing news is that self-regulation is just not working, right? So we need law to free us to speak, right? So we talk a little bit about laws, its expressive role, right? We know laws are a teacher. It tells us what behavior is wrongful. It sends crucial messages, of course, also not only to defendants and to potential perpetrators, right? It shapes behavior, it deters. But it also sends crucial messages to victims. And when law protects victims of online abuse, it tells them that law sees them. It tells them that they matter. It says that law can help them if they're stalked, if they're threatened, if they face intimate privacy violations. And studies have shown, and this is my John Penny, someone I've written with, he's both a social scientist as well as a law professor in Canada, and he did a study in which he showed that laws curtailing online abuse impact people's willingness to speak. His empirical work showed that cyber harassment laws have a positive impact on people's online speech, especially women, and that cyber harassment laws enable people who have faced online abuse to trust that they can come and speak online, right? That they don't have to stay, they don't have to shutter all their online accounts. That law, and especially if platforms will help them, right, it will free them to speak. So what John Penny and social scientist Alexis Shore and I have done over the last 2 years is to study the impact of legal and platform-based measures to address online abuse and crucially intimate privacy violations, including deepfakes and deepfake sex imageries. And what we found that when study participants were made aware of both laws, legal and platform-based commitments to tackle online abuse and intimate privacy violations, those participants said that they would be more likely to engage online rather than just completely retreating, because they trust law and companies to protect them, so long as they actually protected them, right? And this was particularly true of participants who were women and people from marginalized groups, and particularly people who had experienced online abuse in the past. So what this research at least suggests to us that legal measures that incentivize content platforms to address online abuse can result in more speech, right, not less. So what would reform and what might it look like? So I'm just going to take 2 areas that I've been working on. And the first is Section 230 reform. So I've been working with Representative Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts to reform Section 230's legal shield. Now, I don't want to get rid of it, right? It has done a lot of good, right? In saying we're not going to provide, we're not going to remove your immunity if you take down content in good faith, that's Section 230C2, and we're going to enable you to enjoy the legal shield if you leave up speech posted by somebody else, right? It has done good, right? But it needs to be tailored and reformed. And so what the law that we just worked on, so I'm going to just look at it right now because it has a name, that I fought against, but what can I say? You don't get what you always want, but there are reform proposals now out in the world. It has bipartisan support. It's called, or a Republican co-sponsored, Intimate Privacy Protection Act. But what it does is it requires that sites, in order to earn the legal shield for leaving out content, that you have a duty of care to address cyberstalking, intimate privacy violations, and deepfakery involving nudity. That to enjoy the legal shield, that you have to have processes to report, to investigate, and to respond to cyberstalking, consumer privacy violations, and deepfakery, and they take it down, right? And they enable victims by keeping IP addresses to ensure that they can sue their attackers, like lest they disappear and you can't find them. So that's the first. I know, like, we want me to do just 40 minutes, so I'm like, all right, I got 5 minutes left, right? So, okay, and this is going to be responsive to Rebecca's comment about, why is it that counter speech or the marketplace of ideas, it has always been an imperfect concept as one of, like, creating a contest, right? Like, inviting people to respond. Whether it could work out or not, Holmes was cynical about that possibility, right? That even we could figure it out, that truth would emerge wasn't something, that even Holmes thought that was possible, but he was cynical about that. But nonetheless, the idea of a contest, right? The problem with the marketplace of ideas is that, we lack a comprehensive privacy law that enables speech to go viral because it will garner likes, clicks, and shares, right? Our online behavioral surveillance economy, right? It incentivizes the use of personal data to fuel online advertising, right? And so studies have shown that when content is novel and negative, either one, that it's going to attract, clicking and sharing and generating demographics, right, online advertising. And so because the amassing of personal data enables and fuels that process, right, what happens is that the incentive is to amplify abuse, right? That because it's a moneymaker, right? So so not only do we need Section 230 reform, we need a comprehensive federal strong privacy bill, right, that minimizes the data that's collected and stored, right, that prevents the sale of intimate data, that curtails the use, not non-legitimate uses, right, that not for the reason why it was collected in the first place. Like, we need a comprehensive data privacy law to even begin to have our marketplace of ideas kind of work. I'm not suggesting that it would not be a cure-all, but the privacy protections, I think, would really help contribute, along with Section 230 reform, for a law to meet us in this moment. So I'm gonna stop 3 minutes early. Andrew, you're a doll, just so you know. I couldn't even hear the nice, I'm sure you said lovely things, but thank you for being so kind and letting me join everyone by Zoom. And I hope to be with you. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Yeah.
This way I hope I can hear everybody.
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
I can hear.
Perfect.
Yes.
I think we're gonna grab
Okay.
from Mike from the back. But does anyone have any questions? Professor Rosenblatt, would you like to just come up here and ask your question real quick? Yeah. She's very good at asking questions, so this will be a good one.
I have no doubt.
So Danielle, it's good to see you. We go way back virtually, even if not in person so much. So just for everybody here to know, this is not a new conversation I'm about to start. But it's a tiny bit of background that you may know, but other people here don't. I have a public-facing persona that is not as a law professor, but is an advocate for fans and fandom. And in that capacity, I'm the general counsel for a website called the Archive of Our Own. And in that capacity, I have experienced the kind of abuse that you describe. Not the worst forces of it, not the worst forms of it. I'm quite grateful. But just a little over a year ago, I said something optimistic about artificial intelligence. How dare I do that? Right? And what I got in response was doxing and death threats, and a storm of abuse and specifically professional threats that could harm my reputation as an academic. And yet, I am still a 230 advocate. Right? And so my question is about how we go about making rules that that cabin 230. Is it even possible to go about making rules that cabin 230 in ways that don't silence engagement? And so here's my sort of description of this. Sorry, I'm taking a long time to ask, but I figure I get, as advisor, the ability to do that. So my concern is that anything that cabins 230 sort of promotes a remove first or filter first and ask questions later approach. And this is very likely to be used against those who might engage in controversial conversations. And I'm thinking particularly here about racial minorities connecting with each other, trans and queer youth connecting with each other, people who want to share images of their transitions, and that sort of thing, right? So, so taking down controversial engagement or being fearing that if you don't take down controversial engagement, will silence the speech of people who mean well, but also want immunity. On the other hand, we know that non-consensual intimate imagery is terrifying and awful and definitely silences speech, and you don't even need to go all the way to NCII to silence speech. I will tell you right now, I don't make public statements about AI anymore, even though I have opinions, because I know what I can face. Fortunately, I was doxxed right before I moved, but it was like it was a complete coincidence, right? So is there a way to address non-consensual intimate imagery that doesn't strip 230 of its benefits?
Thank you so much for your thoughtful question and for sharing your experience, because I think it does help us appreciate that you know the true costs, right, personally, of online abuse, and yet still, here you are very worried about any tailoring, right, of Section 230. And I think when we think about the overall cost, so often not in view, as around 230 are the costs, right? The externalization, what that immunity does, right, is ensure that sites do not have to internalize the negative externalities that they cause, and the life-changing way in which it destroys people's lives, right? It not only silences them, that's like the least of it, right? That is not to belittle what we're doing here, but it can cause physical, it can result in real forms of not only stalking but rape, right? It can absolutely destroy reputation and make someone utterly unemployable, right? So yes, not only can't they speak and they're silenced, but they can't even get a new job, right? They're afraid to go out of their homes. They totally change the way they look, because then they're not, so many victims have explained to me, they're not recognizable, right? So what I've tried to do in my work, and I don't think we're going to avoid there will be, of course, so we think of the costs and the benefits. Right now, we're all in the benefits to platforms and all the costs on all of us. That is, all of us are deprived of those voices, right? When female politicians change what they say, that's costly to all of us, right? As an electorate. So the costs aren't just borne by the victims, right? Though they are borne by all of us as democratic citizens. So right now, it's just so deeply uneven. And I'm acknowledging, right, that we may have there may be a response, as you said, like anytime someone complains, you just take it down. So what I tried to do in my earlier work, Ben Wittes and I proposed what we called a reasonable steps approach, that you would have to earn the shield by taking reasonable steps to address illegality. And after talking to some of my colleagues here about the way in which negligence can be really indeterminate, right? And so rather than having an indeterminate standard that courts would then have to figure out, I know from my work with companies that I can tell you what a duty of care would entail. And so in the bill that I worked on with Auchincloss, that we lay out what those 7 steps are of a duty of care. It's not one that courts have to make up, right? So platforms at the very least know that they can assert the legal shield if they have a clear and accessible process to report cyberstalking. Forgive me, I'm reading. A process to investigate each report, a process to remove within 24 hours. You won't like this. Information the provider knows. I don't love 24 hours either, but you gotta negotiate. Or has reason to know constitutes cyberstalking, intimate privacy violation, or digital forgery, etc. Like minimum data logging. That is, I prescribe the 7 steps because the fear is too big a standard would mean we just take everything in, right? But what I am comfortable with is that if this ensures that we have less cyberstalking, less intimate privacy violation, yes, less deepfake sex imagery, that's a win, right? And this removal of the legal shield does not mean and will not result in strict liability, right? It just means that like any other, like a newspaper that comes out in print, not online, right? They've got to face defamation liability, right? And it does change their behavior. And yes, we have actual malice to shape how we deal with publisher liability, right? And the same is true for you walk in a store, you slip and fall. Like there's not some legal shield, right? And so what I want us to do is reset, right? And ensure that we can move these content platforms into the 21st century, right? And the response often to me is, well, what about the startups?
Yeah.
What about the bitty witty small companies? Yeah. And let me tell you, really small startups do so much harm. Like Mr. Deepfakes is a small operation that makes millions of dollars. It's like 3 people, right? And sites like Hidden Cam, they have the most uncreative names. Hidden Cam, Hidden Camera, right? These are small in the sense of small. Startups do tremendous harm. So I'm actually okay. You're gonna get in the business of amassing intimate data, right? You can't be irresponsible. We say the same thing to a small company is not going to be in the business of amassing plutonium. It's dangerous, right? Like amassing massive amounts of intimate data and showing intimate images are dangerous and destroys lives. So I'm actually okay with that.
Thank you. Any other questions we have from the audience?
Oh, come on, friends. If I was a person, you would so have questions. Because I'd be looking at you and smiling, and you would be like,
Yes, we have.
Am I shame one of my law professor friends into asking me a question?
No, we got some.
No, students. Okay.
Okay. Kamala Harris is a female candidate for president of the United States. Do you think that any of this has affected her platform or how she talks about the issues?
So your question is like, for someone as powerful, someone as, because I worked for A.G. Harris when she was AG, I worked with her, took a sabbatical for 2 years to work with her on privacy and cyber exploitation. So I know she is such a badass, sorry. She's amazing, right? So that has that impacted, right, her speech. And the answer is, with her, in particular, someone who's worked so hard to defeat what she calls cyber exploitation or intimate, non-consensual intimate imagery, no. But the way in which, so certainly in 2020 we saw not only defamatory comments about Kamala Harris, but of course these deepfake sex images, it impacts listeners, right? Like all of the misogyny and the nonsense that we're seeing, all of the disinformation, foreign and domestic, about Kamala Harris and her life and her sex life, all of the disinformation that's swirling. I worry also about the inputs, the listeners. So you're right. Someone like, Vice President Harris may not be deterred, but we know that Finnish cabinet officials, and if you talk to like people who want to run for office, it changes your desire to run if you think you're going to be in a tsunami of abuse.
You have another question over here?
Thank you. So I'd like to challenge your analogy of information to plutonium. Short of becoming an X-Man,
Sure.
plutonium's going to kill me. right?
Yeah.
Whereas it seems like we have a tool that could potentially address the radical transformations that access to information are producing, and that's the following. Classical liberalism might induce social change where we become more skeptical of deep fakes, more tolerant of certain types of behavior, and I think we're already seeing the effects of this, right? Certain social groups that were once stigmatized due to the fact that we worked through, maybe in a very short-term painful way, worked through the stigma associated with them. By being open as opposed to closed, the result was ultimate acceptance of those groups or growing acceptance of those groups. And that attempting an aggressive regulatory response as opposed to letting society work it out in something closer to classical liberalism, maybe not to say there shouldn't be some guardrails or some mechanisms such as tort law for recourse, but a more open approach to a more closed approach might lead to an ultimately more desirable society.
Great. So when I was describing the analogy or metaphor of a reservoir or plutonium, right, like an ultra hazardous, something that's an activity that's ultra hazardous. What I was referring to are data reservoirs of intimate data. So I was talking about privacy, right? Not the tool to create like generative machine learning, generative adversarial networks that Bobby Chesney started writing about in 2018, right? Not the tool to create deepfake, right? Because you're right, it can do good. Like we wrote in 2019 about deepfakes and some of the looming challenges, but we noted some of the really great things, right? That certainly that generative adversarial network, that technology can be used for good things, right? To recreate history, right? There are all these ways, like that it can be used. So I'm not suggesting that certain tools themselves, like generative, the deepfake, the tools that create nudify, the tools that create deepfakery are inherently dangerous. But rather, what is inherently dangerous is the amassing of intimate data that can leak, that can be hacked, and that can be exploited against Americans. And that's why we need a comprehensive data privacy law. We've experimented for a lot of years with the amassing of intimate data, right, with our surveillance economy, and I got to tell you, the results are not great. Like you were saying, we got to experiment. We've been experimenting with the amassing of personal data, its exploitation and manipulation in ways that are not transparent at all to the public. And we've been consolidating power in these companies like Google and Microsoft and what was Twitter, right, Meta. So that was the analogy, right, rather than the tools of deepfakery, which can have both good and bad uses, like any technology. That kind of brings me to the beginning.
Another question over here.
Hi. So one of the things that's been interesting in this conversation as it's become scarier for women and people of color in the public sphere is how many people, and we've seen this even in the last 24 hours, when reporting comes about bad behavior, claim that it is maybe a deep fake or that it is AI generated, even though that seems to be honest reporting. So can you talk about the ways that you balance that out from a legal perspective and whether or not that's just something that is left up to journalists to prove or whether that's something that the law should take into consideration? Thanks.
Oh, absolutely. And so when the commissioner raised the concept of the liar's dividend, that's something that, Bobby Chesney and I created or whatever, wrote about in 2019. And it was Bobby's idea. And he wanted to take it out because he thought it was too cheesy. And I said, this is awesome. You have to leave it in. And now it's like in the discourse, right? That is, the way in which hyper-realistic imagery that can be faked, right, has led and not has worsened our distrust, right? That is, our trust decay and truth decay are, it's hypersonic, right? Like exponentially so we don't believe anything, right? So that even if something is true, as you were saying, there is the like, you can't believe your eyes and ears, right, anymore. We just utterly come from this place of distrust. And so the question is, and then of course, then liars can say if something is real, that's the liar's dividend too. The other side of it is that they can say, oh, that didn't happen. Even though it's a real video of me stealing something, or, like in the case of Holmes, tapes of real rapes and sexual assaults that are on someone's phone. You could say that's fake. I just made that up. Like I created that. And what do we do in an environment what trust decay is so, and truth decay is so profound, right? Isn't this your question? Like, how do we respond to this epistemic moment, right? Here we are, right, where we doubt everything, right? That it behooves, people wanting to perpetrate falsehoods and people running away from the truth, right? And I think, I think some of what law can do a little bit, right? Like that content platforms can't make a mint on lies that go viral, I think, and abuse that goes viral. I think that's a step, right? That they can't use personal data in ways that, are really bad for democracy. That's a step, right? And I think, so I see Larissa shaking her head, who's the reporter of the ALI's Project to Reform Defamation and the Privacy Torts, and I'm so excited to be just a fly on the wall on the committee, but like just, a member of the advisory board. But, so we're working on, right, how do we think about privacy torts and defamation in the 21st century? But again, of course, it's all of us. Like, I'm not going to trust the market anymore. I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, I did it. I worked with these companies for 15 years. I'm so out. Sorry. Right? So I think we need to lean on law. So I've been working on law reform. Our friends in the room are hard at work on law reform, like Professor Litsky. So does that make sense? Like, we're kind of in this together.
We have time for one more.
Non-depressing answer.
Yes, thank you.
Always so depressing, but that's slightly non-depressing.
Yeah, two more questions. And then
I just
we'll
want
probably
to
end it up.
ask what I think is actually what Professor Eisler was asking in a more explicit, frank way. Is it possible that this is temporary and that NCII will actually create a more sex-positive society?
Okay, ready? I have to say that response to me, I get it all the time, which is like, you're being a prude. Danielle, you're being a prude. And the response is that one of the really core values of privacy, one, not the only, right, is our ability to create our own identities and autonomy, right? And if I want to share my nude body with everyone, God bless, right, that should be up to me. And there's also, I think, something really important that Sartre writes about in Being in Nothingness. And he talks about two concepts, one which is pure shame, and the other is being ashamed, right? And he says, being ashamed is the peeping Tom who gets caught. Like there's a rustle on the stairs and someone peering into like a keyhole, right? When they turn red in the face, they're ashamed because they've done something wrong, right? They violated someone's privacy, right? But what happens to the person inside of the room who's seen naked and undressing without permission, what happens to that person is the experience of pure shame, right? Of being seen, right, without clothing is being turned into an object, right? You are a fragment of yourself and you see yourself as such. And as I interviewed victims, that they no longer, how they see themselves is how their bosses see them as nude bodies or someone engaged in a sex act. And so even if, and I'm sex positive, bring it now, like let's do it, right? I know I'm 55, but I can endorse it as well, right? That, A, it should be up to me to decide, right? And B, crucially, the human experience of pure shame is real, right? So I don't want to be seen as a fragment, I want to be a whole person.
One last question right here in the middle.
So thank you for illuminating the horrors of this reality, however difficult they may be to hear. I'm certainly perturbed, and I'm sure that many of us in the room feel similarly. And so as a simple question, is there anything that us as daily practitioners can do to combat this issue, or is it solely the province of the legislature and federal and state actors to devise and enact solutions?
I need lawyers. So the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, we can only provide, so we do a lot of legislative work, but we also have a helpline. And we recommend lawyers who also will take cases on pro bono. Can you imagine how many people that is? It's not a lot. Beyond K&L Gates and the Cyber Civil Rights Legal Project, like we don't have a lot of lawyers. We need lawyers to represent plaintiffs because when they end up suing the perpetrators, they can't sue the platform. Their response, as they explain, even if they know the person has no money, is that I was seen. Right? My harm is real. This is not a goddamn joke. So it matters. I need lawyers. I need lawyers to represent plaintiffs in suits involving non-essential expenditure. So yes, there is stuff you can do. So thank you for asking. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, everybody, please welcome me and give me a round of applause to Precious McCormick.
And Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. We're going to head to the lunch break now. It's 12:30. We'll be back here at 1:15 for our second panel. And the lunches should be out there right in the back behind the door. And if anyone has any questions, come down. Again, bathrooms, drinks. I think if you want to sit outside, there's tables. Should be nice still. But we'll see everybody back here at 1:15. All right. I think we're ready to get started. All right. We're at 1:15, everybody, so if you want to take your seats, we'll get back to our panel, second panel. So this second panel, it has lots of different topics, but generally it will be discussing First Amendment issues with a lot of the topics we discussed, and then how we can possibly combat a lot of the speech that we heard maybe from AI or deepfakes and other imagery that we heard from the first panel with defamation. And then possibly, if we think that we see a lot of these deepfakes or disinformation, how to label it correctly, if not, it is considered defamation by that point so that it wouldn't be in the future. So with that being said, I'll pass it over to our moderator for this panel, Professor Koo from CASE.
Good afternoon. So as our wonderful Laura, my editor, has described this panel. What?
Hey, that's why you need the podium.
Oh, okay. My students tell me I never need a mic. Right.
And it's being recorded, so
okay.
I'm going to project it.
Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. And as was already teed up, our panel this afternoon is going to be discussing free speech, and especially from the context of defamation, right? Though, as we go through with our panelists, I would probably say a broader theme would be question everything, right? Which is, again, not a new theme, but certainly an important one, and one to reiterate in our context for today. So my first job is going to be to introduce Professor Mark Blitz from Oklahoma City University School of Law, where Professor Blitz is the Alan Joseph Bennett Professor of Law, and where he teaches ranging classes including free speech, constitutional law, cybersecurity law, and computer law. He is also a series editor for the Palgrave Macmillan series on neuroscience and human behavior. He's going to kick us off with the question of how should we think about defamation and speech, especially artificially generated content, in terms of defaults. Right? Should it be trusted defaults or distrusted?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Koo. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you all for the hospitality I've received here. So you said question everything. Maybe I could just end early. That more is. Now, let me start. I also gather from the first panel that we don't have 180 minutes, as I misread. It's 18, right? So I'll try to stay within that. But okay, here's what I want to start with. I've written a couple of articles, 2018 and 2020, suggesting, and then when they wouldn't take a hint, arguing more vigorously that deepfakes are unprotected. Deepfakes used for deceptive purposes are unprotected by the First Amendment. So if there's a barrier to regulation, First Amendment free speech law is not it. Today, I'll refer to those arguments, but I want to take a different tack. So this quote often appears in privacy scholarship, articles about privacy. The CEO and co-founder of Sun Microsystems, Scott McNealy, when asked about what can be done to protect privacy, responded this way: "You have zero privacy anyway, get over it." Sort of a warning about where we were now 25 years ago, so you can imagine how things have changed. So, using that quote as a template, can we say, in a world where deepfakes are here and getting better, that this is a possible response? You have zero certainty anyway, get over it. To what extent is that the answer? Now, that's not the answer I've defended in the past. That's an answer that's at odds with the argument I've given in the past. But I think it's worth a thought experiment, right? And worth thinking about some reasons why it might be good to build from a default of distrust in a number of different circumstances. Let me say what I mean about it. So what does that mean practically and legally? And first, let me start with a quote that I used when I first wrote about deepfakes, but at that time pushed back against. Right? Someone who was developing a technology to simulate all of your voices, mine, anybody's voice, said when questioned about the possible harms, look, we want everyone to be aware of this. They'll know the technology exists, and they can show the kind of skepticism that they need to show to survive in that world. And my response at the time is, well, that doesn't stop what Daniel Citron and Bobby Chesney called trust decay in their paper. So that won't work, but maybe there are reasons to think more carefully about whether it will work, and maybe whether it's the only thing that will work. So let me put this on the table. So instead of assuming that video or audio will be treated as authentic recording, instead encourage skepticism. So this is the point that came up occasionally in the first part of the discussion, right? That is, instead of requiring disclosure, a falsity, and otherwise, right, without the disclosure, you can rely on the video, you can assume it's true. Instead, assume it's false unless there's some marker of authenticity, other than its realism. So, false until proven true. So how might that work? A lot of the solution would be technological, right? We have to shift from relying on the realism of video as a marker of authenticity to other sorts of markers of authenticity created by technology. So I'm not going to summarize these, and there are people who know a whole lot more about them than I do, but there are companies developing watermarks. Generally, it's not just a watermark that is identical to the kind of watermark you see on photographs already. It has a technological element. There are methods of using AI to detect AI, or focusing on aspects of videos that it's really difficult to fake that we don't focus on when we look at a video, like visual indications, really subtle visual indications, the way blood flows through the body, or reflections in eyes. Or, in addition to providing an image, provide a record with the image of how it was created. Right? Now the problem is, of course, this could be faked, and you could sort of imagine infinite regress. So this is a photograph I took of Citi Field. Not that anyone would care, but how would you know it's real? I can sort of provide some sort of technological documentation showing the creation of the photograph. So one example of this from Bobby Chesney and Danielle Citron's argument that I think is intriguing is this proposal for immutable life logs. Right? So people who want to counter a video that portrays them doing something that they wouldn't do, this article says, can subscribe to a service with a company that can be trusted. Right? That's essential to create an immutable life log or authentication trail. So the idea is that will trump a video, even a very realistic video will be trumped by a video that shows you weren't doing what you're shown doing. You were doing this. You're showing doing what the life log said. So so basically, right, a way of summarizing this is we're surrendering, not necessarily now, I don't think now is the time to do it, but possibly in the not too distant future, the frontline defense, where we trust in the realism of video, because it looks like, what I see if I see a video of you, looks like what I see as I look out into the world. And hopefully I can trust my eyes, I can trust that I'm really here, I'm not hallucinating. So I can trust the video, but not in the future, right? Because that's not the way things are headed. So you retreat to some backup method of creating trust. And I'm going to go through this quickly, but again, this is something I considered in other articles in order to argue against it. And it's the kind of thing that philosopher Regina Rini calls an epistemic backstop. Videos now are a backstop. If somebody doubts what you say and says, prove it to me, you can use a video as this more reliable proof. And think about it, right? The world we've been living in, if we hear an audio of somebody saying something on a tape recording, or see a video, we've tended to treat that as much stronger proof than just testimony, just someone reporting something verbally. So the idea is we need a new backstop, because the efficacy of the ones we've been relying on are fading. So another reason to consider this is not just that we're almost at this default of distrust technologically, but more controversially, you could say we're also there legally. Now that might seem at odds with what you're reading and hearing, what you heard in the first part of the panel about all the state laws that are punishing deepfakes. But let me just make a case that maybe First Amendment law anyway applies what I'm calling the default of distrust to deepfakes, and it's this. So Alvarez was discussed in the first part of the paper. Alvarez, I'm not going to take time, because I don't really have 180 minutes, to kind of go into it in depth. But you already heard, right? Somebody lied that they had been the recipient of a Medal of Honor. Xavier Alvarez, he was lying. He was lying about lots of other things at the same time. It was only that lie that got him in trouble, right? That got him prosecuted under federal law under the Stolen Valor Act. And the Supreme Court, in a fragmented opinion in Alvarez, ruled that his lies were protected. There were 4 votes for the plurality by Justice Kennedy, 2 from Justice Breyer's concurrence, so you had 6 votes saying that he couldn't be punished for his lies under the Stolen Valor Act. Justice Alito dissented. But what I've argued in the past is that this shouldn't apply to deepfakes. But if it does, here's why. Let me kind of go over this. The kind of essence of the plurality opinion is that lies are protected unless unless 2 things are true. One of 2 things. Either they cause legally cognizable harm, and one can argue about what that is. Presumably, the lies that count as low-value speech, in defamation, for example, fit into that category. So does perjury, so does fraud, so does impersonating a government official, or one has to satisfy strict scrutiny if one's not in those categories. So this doesn't come out of nowhere. There's a very old quote from Justice Jackson in a concurring opinion in Thomas versus Collins saying, when it comes to speech, every person must be their own watchman for truth. Well, that's another way, I think, of talking about a default for distrust, right? Watchmen are not known for just trusting things to go well, right? Their job is to be skeptical, maybe even be a little bit paranoid. And so if we're going to be our own watchman for truth, that's a suggestion that we're not supposed to just rely on what others tell us. And that's true of speech. And so, you could see why there might be a right to lie under that paradigm. And so what the thing, though, right, is that if that extends to deepfakes, a lot of people, I think, approach deepfakes with the model that a deepfake is kind of a visual lie. And therefore, it belongs on the speech side of the speech-non-speech dichotomy. So when it comes to non-speech, that's not protected. So faking certain things by creating, say, fake evidence, that's not protected. But lying is, and so if videos are lies, deepfake videos are lies, they are protected, except when they constitute low-value speech of some kind. So if you argue that a lie is equivalent to a deepfake, then under Alvarez, they're presumptively protected, except in these exceptional circumstances, meaning that under First Amendment law, you have to distrust them. And the status, I guess we'll learn soon what courts will do with these mandatory disclosure laws requiring creators of deepfake to say that they're fake. But I think if they find that those are consistent with the First Amendment, it'll be straining, right, if they want to say that this model is correct. So maybe, right, what I suggested in the past is switch to a different model, right? Treat deepfakes not as a kind of speech, but as a kind of thing in which people place automatic trust. And it's like fabricating evidence rather than speaking in one's own voice. So that's the argument I've made in the past. I'm going to skip over some of these slides so I have time. But one more thing about that argument. So there's, I think, a comparison. If you want to understand the logic driving it, it's helpful to make a comparison with Fourth Amendment law. Right? Under Fourth Amendment law, Fourth Amendment protects you against unreasonable search and seizure. You have a zone of privacy where you can't be observed by government, right, unless they have a warrant, unless they have some special reason. In the public world outside of it, they have much more freedom to investigate. Now, if, though, your zone of privacy was understood to expand to include everywhere you went, that would disable government from being able to gather evidence necessary to combat crime. So I think for the same reason I've argued in the past, if you treat everything you can create, everything that technological development allows you to offer as protected speech, that will predictably expand the realm of what's shielded from government by this constitutional force field into territory that we need to be free from manipulation. We need government to be able to protect the sources of our ability to gather truth, free of other people manipulating. So that's the model I've worked with in the past. So what is it? What do we do now? And I have only 5 minutes, so let me sort of fast forward through some of these and consider some reasons why, despite the fact that people are arguing that, look, what's happening now with deepfakes is undermining our crucial assumption that seeing is believing, that we can trust in what we see to an extent we can't trust in verbal lies. Why would we ever change that view? Why would we shift? So let me consider 4 reasons quickly. Basically, under these headings: privacy, autonomy, reality, and clarity. So, privacy-based reason is that this quote, right, you have zero privacy anyway, get over it. Having zero certainty, I think I'm telling you what you already know, having zero certainty counteracts that to some extent, right? It may allow reclaiming privacy that technology has otherwise taken away from us, devastating. So, having zero certainty, less certainty, creates not just a liar's dividend, but in some sense a privacy dividend, right? That is, if, on the one hand, there's this negative effect that liars are protected because they can now deny evidence of doing bad things. On the other hand, if people who would like to invade our privacy want to do it with video, with other data, if it can be faked, then all of us get the benefit of greater insulation, right? And so the idea, I think, is that there's a greater burden that one has to satisfy, other than just showing a video that's realistic. Someone who wants to invade your privacy has to say more, has to prove more, right? They have to use some of the technologies I was discussing earlier, these extra authentication mechanisms, in order to be able to prove that you really did the thing they're trying to show that you did. So it's an added burden, but it might be a good thing. It's not good if it means I have to doubt what's right in front of me, but maybe having to say more, show more, with additional technology is kind of like a sort of privatized warrant requirement, right? We have a warrant to make sure that government cannot enter your home unless they have a very good reason. Similarly, if you make it more burdensome to show that what a video depicts is something that really happened, that may mean that it won't necessarily be always the case that the people who are willing to sustain that cost are people willing to respect your privacy, but it makes it harder. It imposes a greater cost on those who would violate your privacy. Might also further autonomy in a certain sense. in the past I've said that First Amendment protection for autonomy doesn't allow you to control everything, doesn't allow you to control others' perceptions. It just allows you to control within the space of speech, within the space of expression, right? It allows me to tell stories about myself I want to tell. It doesn't mean I can silence other people from talking about me. It doesn't mean that I can prevent other people from learning other things about me from other public sources of evidence, right? But as technology changes, the minimal conditions for exercising autonomy may also change with technology. And if we start to speak, we communicate with video. One more minute. Then it may be the case that a claim I want to make about myself that's believable has to be made not just with stories, not just with verbal accounts, but with video, including video that I create, I shape. So, two other quick reasons. One is that, sort of what I said earlier, if the reality is that what deepfakes have done is thrust us all into really a kind of informational state of nature, a Hobbesian war of all against all. And as was said earlier, maybe law can't get us fully out of this, then you want to adjust to the circumstance as it is, right? Maybe what law should be doing is helping us survive in this state, rather than setting an unrealistic goal of getting us completely out of it. And the last reason, clarity. So I've argued before that deepfakes aren't speech, aren't expression. I get a lot of pushback because deepfakes look like the kinds of things that people express themselves with. They look like movies. Some of these other technological methods they're less speech-like. So one might, if I ask you, is it protected speech to imitate a watermark? Is it protected speech to integrate signs of authenticity into pixels in the picture? I think you're more likely to say no. So it's more likely that this will be found unprotected than video. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Professor Blitz. All right, now for our second speaker this afternoon, I'd like to introduce Professor Larissa Barnett-Lidsky and Professor. Oh, are we jumping?
Yeah, we're jumping.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I thought I switched it before. So my apologies. So I'm going to introduce Professor Ronell Anderson-Jones instead. Professor Jones is a university distinguished professor and the Lee E. Teitelbaum Chair in Law at the University of Utah S.J. Quinney's College of Law, where she teaches constitutional law, media law, and legislation and regulation, amongst others. Professor Jones was a senior visiting research scholar at the Knight First Amendment Institute and is an affiliated fellow at Yale Law School's Information Society Project. She's going to discuss how, essentially, the promises and pitfalls of defamation law for our purposes today. So, thank you.
Thanks so much to the whole team at the Law Review and the Law School Events Office for inviting and hosting us. I'm learning so much, and I really appreciate the chance to be here and to be a part of the conversation. I wanted to give us a chance to think about what we have learned from the moment that defamation law is having. And to be clear, defamation law is having a moment. To give you some sense of things, when I started as a baby professor, I had many mentors tell me that it was risky or unwise to focus on defamation law, and especially defamation law involving the media, because it simply wasn't sexy enough. Just, not the sort of thing that was ever going to get you cited in the New York Times. And last year, in just the month of April, by my best count, I was contacted by 76 national and international media outlets for comment. So what happened? Well, most prominently, Dominion Voting Systems versus Fox News happened. It litigated defamatory on-air lies told by Trump surrogates, falsely stating that a voting machine company rigged the election. A second company, Smartmatic, has sued multiple networks and their guests over similar falsehoods. Georgia election workers sued both the Gateway Pundit and Rudy Giuliani, alleging that they placed them in grave harm by inventing stories about their mishandling of ballots. The makers of the film 2,000 Mules face a suit alleging they manufactured a reputation-injuring lie about a citizen who says he was merely illegally placing his family's ballots in a drop box. A Pennsylvania postmaster sued, claiming he was swept up in defamatory disinformation, falsely characterizing him as part of an election tampering plot. A top county election official in Arizona sued politician Carrie Lake, alleging she invented harmful lies about his action on the job. The list goes on. And if we add to this the steep uptick in defamation cases, not directly about election lies, but still squarely impacting elections and politics, think Sandy Hook parents and Alex Jones, or E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump, the effort to use defamation as a pro-democracy, anti-disinformation tool is visible all around us. So I'd like just to pause for a moment of assessment and explore some ways that libel law has been a good and a poor fit in this new role of combating election disinformation. And I think along the way, the exercise might help us see the ways that we remain vulnerable and the ways that we can prepare for future litigatable lies, which I am sorry to report are here. Okay, on the pros and cons, let's start with what we might put over in the pro column. The obvious major upside here is that these suits are bringing some consequences to overt spreaders of damaging falsehoods in the public sphere. Indeed, I think if you survey the sort of legal and non-legal efforts aimed at bringing accountability against some of the big name repeat actors in both the media and the highest political spheres for their democracy harming lies, defamation is the only tool so far that has gotten the job done. It deals with that problem with real effectiveness, with juries of peers, with relative timeliness. Importantly and surprisingly under-recognized, these bad actors are quite literally what the incredibly speech-protective standard from New York Times versus Sullivan was designed to buffer against. With its hard-to-meet actual malice standard, Sullivan famously discouraged defamation as a tool wielded by public officials and figures, preferring instead sort of robust, wide-open debate and tools of public information and education and counter-speech over the democracy-damaging prospect of government leaders or other important figures kind of suing to silence and punish their own constituents. But it clearly delineated as an outer boundary to this overarching value the need to protect these folks' reputations against knowing falsity or reckless disregard for the truth where there was this high degree of awareness of the probable falsity of the statement. That is, fully made up lies that were obviously harmful to reputation and well-being and were being peddled deliberately with awareness of their inaccuracy. Over the decades, Sullivan came to be seen as a virtually unclearable bar, but it is probably more accurate to say that we simply did not have the same scale and scope and seriousness and shamelessness of invented falsity about public plaintiffs as we have seen in this recent spate of cases. So if we're tallying what has been gained in this kind of tsunami of libel cases brought with some aim of remedying wider harm to the democracy, it is no doubt substantial. It's the one venue in which truth is still the very explicit goal, and it is ascertainable and it is announced. Distrust in key election areas gets combated, and at least potentially it acts as a corrective on those incentives for public service. And while this has become especially salient during the Trump era, he is actually probably best seen as both a symptom and an accelerant of the problems that these cases are tackling. The point is, whether you think that we need to be fixing the mess that Trump created or fixing the mess that created Trump, we are unquestionably in a place where this confluence of political, economic, technological, and societal changes surrounding our communication have thrown us into this epistemic chaos. Hannah Arendt prophetically forecasted that when we're robbed of the common facts that are necessary for shared conversations, we imperil democracy. And I think that defamation law has proven itself able to sort of suture at least some of our wounds on that front. But I have 4 quick sets of observations to place over in the other column, trends that I've given not one bit clever labels to, but that nevertheless deserve our attention and warrant our caution as we're as we're celebrating this tool's effectiveness on a lot of fronts. The first is what we might call the problem of doctrinal dilution. So with this wave of cases seeking to solve problems much larger than the reputation of single individuals or entities, comes a great deal of pressure to make defamation an easier tool for plaintiffs. Some are so keen to beef up this instrument for countering lies that they might lose sight of the more complicated ways that democracy preservation and defamation intersect. We saw this in a lot of the discussion on Fox Dominion, where some commentators' outcome preference, right, for Fox to be held accountable for peddling lies, really got in the way of their support more generally for full-bodied speech protective measures in cases involving public figures and speech on important public matters. And conversely, I think we see this in the position, which I find dangerous, taken by Justices Thomas and Gorsuch, that Sullivan should be watered down to better protect against disinformation. This is a place where we have to work incredibly hard to curb some of our initial instincts and to, go mild, not wild, and recognize that allegiance to principles of democracy preservation actually demands that we not make these cases easy to bring or win. Defamation law is a lethal tool for those who have anti-democratic tendencies and who wish to weaponize opportunities to punish their critics, to threaten dissenters, to denigrate non-loyalists. This is what autocrats do. They threaten and scare people into what Timothy Snyder at Yale has dubbed anticipatory obedience. They use defamation law to make both associates and ordinary people fear retribution if they speak up or hold the powerful accountable or even merely get in the way of a narrative that the autocrat has designed. And critics of Trump have emphasized that defamation law is, by all accounts, including his own, a primary mechanism by which he would aim to dismantle the American press as we know it. In a piece from last week that I cannot recommend strongly enough, the publisher of the New York Times describes the playbook used in Hungary and India and Brazil, which he says he and his team have watched Trump attempt to apply in the US as well, involving demonizing independent media, harassing news organizations using defamation suits, and harnessing allies to amplify that legal harassment so as to ensure that pro-regime communications flood the airwaves. And the upshot here is to intimidate the press by suing them for defamation over even minor error, and thereby sort of making it easier to act in authoritarian ways without necessarily dismantling the formal mechanisms of democracy, instead amping up the use of some of these tools, like defamation law, that we already have at our disposal, but can be easily harnessed for anti-democratic, anti-independent press purposes if the constitutional guardrails are lowered even just a bit. And historically, the death of a free press that is able to criticize the governing regime is an extinction event for democracy. So I think that we have to be incredibly vigilant, even while acknowledging defamation law's obvious usefulness at a time of a disinformation crisis, that we not allow it to spur this dangerous doctrinal delusion. Okay, second is a concern about what we could label non-defaming deceivers. Because of its recent successes, there's a tendency to herald defamation law as the cure-all for all of our disinformation woes. And the simple reality that seems to get lost is that most of the problematic disinformation at the core of the crisis that we are discussing today is not itself defamation. Huge swaths of rampant lies that have caused the greatest concern in recent years, falsehoods about elections themselves, but also about things pertinent to elections, like medical treatments and vaccinations and climate change and behaviors of minority groups and so forth, are not attacks on the reputation of any identifiable individual or entity. They lie, to be sure, but they do not defame. And when a widely shared social media post broadly claims the election was stolen, there's no obvious reputational attack at issue and no basis for a libel suit. So while these fast-spreading lies are polluting public discourse and they are inflicting harm, they're not inflicting harm on reputation, and that's what matters for purposes of defamation law. So there is some overlap between them. Sometimes, just ask the poll workers and election officials and postmasters who are plaintiffs. But there's no reason to believe that disinformation as a wider phenomenon is going to serve itself up in a way that merits a defamation claim. And indeed, significant research in the area suggests that it often does not. So we have to address the wider problem of these non-defaming deceivers. Third, I increasingly have concern about a phenomenon that Larissa and I have casually between ourselves referred to as, and it might not be the right title, delusional defamers. It maybe carries a little too much. Okay. But here's what I mean by this. There are people, including people with quite significant followings and platforms for their speech, who are contributing in massive ways to this problem of election lies, but are differently situated from the tellers of deliberate falsehoods who've been the defendants in some of our most high-profile cases. Because these lie tellers genuinely think they are telling the truth. And actual malice, that Sullivan standard that requires knowledge of falsity on the part of the perpetrator of the defamatory lie, is a subjective standard. It climbs inside the head of the teller of the lie and asks whether they in fact knew it was false when they spread it. And in cases like the Fox News case, where we saw this evidence in the motion for summary judgment, the network's own internal communications, right? Their memos and emails and text messages saying this source is crazy, or this election obviously wasn't stolen, or we see people gravitating to other networks that embrace these conspiracies, so we should platform the lies to feed that appetite. That's great evidence of actual malice. But the case is potentially much harder when it comes to someone like, to pick just one example, Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy, who has been named as a defendant in a number of these so-called big lie election defamation actions. And the record in these cases strongly suggests that he spouted a significant amount of extraordinarily harmful and objectively false bile about the election being stolen. But there also seems to be a not small amount of evidence that he himself is fully, although delusionally, completely convinced of it. And the doctrine knows how to handle speakers who know a truth and insist on a lie with brute force. But those who may be part of terrible conspiratorial falsehoods while not fully or even partially realizing it, they're less accounted for by the current rubric. So yes, there is enormous moral culpability in that ignorance, much of which might itself be willful, or at least the result of a set of choices about what information they seek out or take in or credit. And the downstream consequences of their lies to audiences are obviously grave. It's possible, I think even likely, that the reckless disregard for the truth standard will need to develop nuance to deal with this phenomenon, but at the moment, that standard requires a high degree of personal awareness of the probable falsity of the defamatory statements. So we're actually going to need to incubate some scholarship on this front. And then we're going to need the courts to confront this increasing reality and to, grout the doctrine in ways that sensitively address that gap that I expect will become increasingly pertinent. The problem that's created by these delusional defamers. Lastly, and perhaps most troubling to me, is the problem that I've labeled undeterred defamers. We have this severe cleavage in politics, a calcified electorate with a potentially historically large percentage of people of both ideologies in the population, seemingly conditioned to demand unequivocal proof before they'll change an opinion that was formed on no proof at all. And we have this once shared media ecosystem that has essentially been bled dry by a toxic combination of platform-induced economic harm, an active vilification from political actors, and the quite foreseeable doom loop of journalists who are stripped of resources and then inevitably produce poorer work product, which then reinforces and backs up the criticism against them. And I think it becomes increasingly easy for powerful people to take advantage of the fact that everything looks suspicious when you don't know how anything works. And they become deeply incentivized to preemptively convince followers that an election won by anyone but them is inherently illegitimate, and to cast we the people as an exclusive, not inclusive category, and us defined against them. And so robust is the audience for this kind of communication that we've seen this stark break for some of the really baseline defamation deterrence presumptions of the past. For most of the long history of defamation law, a jury determination that material was false and defamatory settled the question. Defendants facing that liability would take every possible step not to repeat the lie, both because it would be socially reprehensible to do so and because the risk of punitive damages was a powerful deterrent, unlikely to be overcome by some stronger incentive. In short, defamation law used to stop defamation, but recent cases have scared me because they feature defendants who seem motivated to defame even as their assets are depleted or made unreachable to plaintiffs. So we have examples of people repeating the defamatory falsehood out on the steps of at the moment that the jury is deliberating, using it as fundraising mechanisms. We saw this with Giuliani, we saw this with Alex Jones, we saw this as recently as last week as Donald Trump, who repeated the already adjudicated defamatory lies about E. Jean Carroll, repeated them and has vowed to continue to repeat them. And what we're seeing, I think, for the first time, is sort of a lack of surety that the foundations upon which our defamation doctrine is built remain intact. And these situations seem to fly in the face of some of our core assumptions about defamation law, that it can remedy reputational harm, that it can correct the public record, that it keeps defamers from continuing with lies. It's a doctrine that assumes that defamers will choose truth over the prospect of future damages, but it also assumes stuff about audiences, that we won't want to continue to be served up adjudicated lies. And if we've entered into an era in which the incentives to spread lies for politics and profit are so strong that these damage awards and settlements might not meaningfully change behaviors, we're in need of much larger conversation. Defamation is a supply side tool, and I think we have a serious demand side problem. Now, I famously, almost naively, have quite a lot of faith in the American experience, and so I don't want to end with catastrophizing the set of problems in this space, especially because my close observations in this area teach me that many of those successes that I talked about at the beginning have buoyed up and energized a lot of people who are working hard to talk about the ways that truth and reputation and healthy civic discourse travel in tandem. And the positive spin on this is that if defamation law really is like the canary in the coal mine for the wider rule of law, I think the takeaway may be that, there are like some faint audible chirps that things are going to be okay. A postmaster and some poll workers and these voting machine companies are pushing back against what they think is noxious election disinformation. And they're not even hinting for a second that the constitutional protections for free speech should be eased. Just that their own cases clear the appropriately high bar. And I think this suggests that if we are willing enough to engage the nuances and tussle with the hard questions, we can do a lot of way paving in defamation law. In any event, I think that it does turn out that it is a sexy topic after all. So thank you very much for your time. I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you very much, Professor Anderson-Jones. And now I'd like to introduce Professor Larissa Barnett-Lidsky. Professor Lidsky is the Raymond and Miriam Ehrlich Chair in U.S. Constitutional Law at Florida Levin College of Law, where she specializes in defamation and invasion of privacy, internet speech, and constitutional law. These are all my people here on this team, so it's very great to see you all in person. She is co-reporter on the restatement of defamation and privacy, and for all of you who are inside baseball in defamation, has succeeded Judge Robert Sack as the author of Sack on Defamation. So Professor Lidsky will discuss what she describes as fault-free generation and how that works with defamation. Thank you.
Okay, so in order to fit more in line with today's topic, I changed my title a little bit to Defamation AI and the Nature of Truth. And I asked Ronell to switch with me and go first because I know sometimes it seems like we have the Vulcan mind meld, and I wanted to make sure I didn't repeat too much of what she said, but you will hear some familiar themes from me. So defamation law, of course, has been offered as a tool for deterring willful disinformation, reckless or negligent misinformation, and making sure generally our public discourse maintains its anchor in truth. Recent cases suggest that overall defamation may be doing a relatively poor job in the election context. There's some successes, but also there's some reasons to be cautious. For example, although the election workers in Georgia did win their suit against Giuliani for $148 million, Giuliani promptly turned around and declared bankruptcy. We're still seeing how that's going to work out. So in terms of compensating them for the death threats and the harms that they faced. We don't know what's going to happen. And Giuliani, meanwhile, promptly turned around and sued President Biden for defaming him. Biden had called him in the debates a Russian pawn, and that suit got dismissed yesterday. Dominion versus Fox, biggest libel settlement, $787 million. The judge ruled that they were lies, and to avoid the shameful display of witnesses on the stand, perhaps, that the trial might evoke, they did settle that case for a large number. It barely set them back at all. They had 1/4 of profits that were down a bit, and they've popped right back up. Smartmatic is suing Newsmax. Newsmax has said this is a Bet the Ranch lawsuit, that they may go under. They're not as big as Fox. They may go under if Smartmatic wins its lawsuit. The judge also has ruled that the information is false. In the meantime, Smartmatic, one of their founders and 2 employees have been indicted by the Justice Department for trying to bribe Philippines officials to put their voting machines in place to get the contract on that. It's not good for the lawsuit, just to state the obvious. Smartmatic is also suing Fox. Carroll versus Trump and Trump versus Carroll, E. Jean Carroll. Okay, E. Jean Carroll had to sue Trump twice because, as Ronell said, he is a repeat player as a defamation defendant. Even after it was been found that what he said was a lie, he decided to repeat it. But then not only that, he sued E. Jean Carroll for saying a jury found that he raped her. Under a technicality, it found that I'm sorry, I'm going to be graphic here because it's necessary for the case. In New York law, rape requires penetration with your penis. He was behind her. They found that he had sexually abused her in a way that likely they believed she wasn't sure if it was his penis or his hand. And therefore, they did find him liable for that. And so the difference between that and rape in common parlance is not very much. The judge dismissed the suit against her, but Stephanopoulos also sued for using the term rape there. And here's my point. Here's my point about defamation law. This series of back and forth is part of my point about defamation law maybe not being ideal for combating some of the kinds of disinformation we need to combat. And that is this: defamation lawsuits are themselves sometimes tools for spreading disinformation. Defamation lawsuits have become a form of political theater. And I will give you an example from this week. I was called about a lawsuit by a company called Express Scripts, Cigna Express Scripts. The FTC wrote a report about Cigna saying that they were overcharging for drug prices, that pharmacy benefits managers result in too high drug prices. They filed a defamation lawsuit against the Federal Trade Commission and Commissioner Lena Khan. And when you read the complaint, as is fairly common these days, the complaint doesn't read like an old-fashioned defamation complaint. It reads like a press release, because that's what it is. It's designed to be quoted in the news media. That's all it's designed to do. There's a claim for defamation that really is suing for things that are either opinion or that are certainly covered by sovereign immunity. These suits are going nowhere. There's also a claim that the FTC has no authority because Article 2 of the Constitution was violated based on the removal authority of the executive branch over Lena Khan and the commissioners on the FTC. Not even kidding. But the lawsuit is not about what it claims to be about. It's really about a contestation in the marketplace of ideas of bad publicity from a government agency action. Okay. Point number 2, another reason, Ronell already said this point, but I want to amplify this point, is if you're counting on defamation law to combat misinformation and disinformation, you need to think of a Venn diagram with a really tiny subset in the middle of it of reputation-harming disinformation, or reputation-harming disinformation of the kind that you can bring a defamation suit for. And I think here in Ohio, you have a really good example of that. The Haitian pet eating story. I could say more. Do I need to say more? I don't think I need to say more. Group libel. Yes, group libel, yes. Let me say the rule on this. Groups cannot sue for libel. So all Haitians can't sue for libel. So this kind of leveraging of the worst forms of dog whistle anti-immigrant sentiment, there's nothing in the world defamation law can do about that. We in our communities have to do something about that. And then another thing, Ronell mentioned this, but I want to amplify it as well and perhaps say it in a slightly different way. Even seeming victories for truth in defamation cases don't change public perception and reset our discourses anchored in truth in the way that we think they're supposed to. And it was mentioned earlier that there are a lot of people entirely on partisan lines who think that the election is stolen now, who didn't necessarily think it was stolen 4 years ago because of the repetition and the repetition and the repetition. And it's part of a broader phenomenon, right? So it's a phenomenon of discredit brought on many of our public institutions, including courts and juries. People don't trust courts. They think everything courts do is political. They think a jury verdict about whether Trump did or did not sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll in a dressing room is just political. They think everything is lawfare. So that's a discrediting of our judicial institutions and the rule of law that we need to be uber concerned about, in my opinion. It's a discrediting of the institution of the press. All press is biased, particularly you can discount the liberal press, you can discount the conservative press. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I see people on each side only believing their own side's agenda. It's partly distrust of the executive branch and the executive manipulation of the information ecosphere. By the way, I'll say some of this distrust in all three categories, the judiciary, the media, and the executive branch. I think some of the distrust is highly warranted, but nonetheless, if you're talking about the nature of truth in this country, then it is worth noting that this is part of the reason that defamation lawsuits won't save us even when they have an authoritative declaration of truth. Or Ronell had a really nice description of it that I wrote down, I can't quote, but about accountability. What'd you say? Three adjectives that were good. It's an open, accessible declaration of truth. And the other thing is, the Fox case demonstrates this nicely too, is because of the demand side problem for lies, sometimes lies are more profitable than truth. So there were people within Fox who knew that the election was not stolen and made a choice to keep putting Giuliani on there, keep putting, what's your name, the lawyer from Texas on there?
Sidney Powell.
Sydney, our friend Sydney Powell on there, because their viewers were deserting them and going to places like OAN and Newsmax because they didn't want to hear the truth. And so they're like, okay, we know this is false, but we're going to lose market share, we're going to lose our audience if we don't tell them the lies they want to hear. Okay. Now, into this, that's the backdrop. Into this comes generative AI. And we've talked about some of the issues of generative AI tomorrow. Scholar Eugene Volokh has called generative AI large language model a large libel model, but they're also potentially large misinformation models. And I really, right now in my writing, am focusing on the misinformation problem. Okay, they're already undermining the nature of truth in this sense. Candidates are discounting truthful information by saying it's AI generated. But in the meantime, there's a risk that untruthful information generated entirely by the AI itself is going to pollute public discourse. And so what I'm working on lately is how do we adapt defamation law to the problem of misinformation, not willful, generated by a non-human actor. And the first case is already upon us. By the way, I will note for your delectation that the mission of OpenAI is to ensure that artificial general intelligence is used to benefit humanity. Very noble, right? Very noble mission. Okay, but here, that's the mission. The reality is a little bit different. ChatGPT, how much time do I have? Okay, good. Oh, excellent. So ChatGPT radio host Mark Walters of fraud and embezzlement in response to a query by a journalist named Fred Reel. He was researching a gun control statute and the constitutionality of it, and he knew this area really well. He was a little bit surprised, so he said, "Really?" He said, "Give me some evidence." So he produced a complaint, totally invented with a fake case number, saying that Mark Walters was guilty of fraud and embezzlement. And how does this happen? It can happen in two ways, and our liability system might have some need to adapt to the two ways it can happen, primarily two ways. One is generative AI is trained on thousands and thousands, millions and millions of documents, endless trove of documents. And so sometimes it just picks up things from documents. It can create copyright problems when it unduly just recreates verbatim. It's a pastiche or a collage of things it's gotten from other places. That's one way it operates. And so if it does that, you can go back to the original source perhaps and say, oh, that's defamatory. But the other thing it does, and this is what happens in the Walters case, is it's a prediction engine. And so it predicts words that are likely to be strung together. It turns out Mark Walters is a Second Amendment rights advocate. He's a radio host and he does a lot of that. And so they predict words that might be strung together related to Mark Walters, things he said, and that's how they ended up with this fraud accusation. And the irony of this is the truly big public figures, like a celebrity, there's likely to be enough documents in the millions of documents that actually that kind of hallucinated falsity is less likely. It's more likely to fill in its prediction wrong for people that have some online presence but not a whole lot. For example, when I asked it about my own bio, it said I went to law school at the University of North Carolina. Great school, but I didn't. Okay.
UT would like a word.
UT would like a word. Now, the thing about these hallucinations that we need to worry about in the defamation sphere is they can't be eliminated entirely. Though different design choices can make them less rare, they're getting a little better over time. And the user temperature setting on how they set the AI also makes a difference on how much they're going to hallucinate. But they're really prevalent, at least 3 to 10% of the time they happen. I've had it produce entirely fake Supreme Court cases for me. That was fun. And Eugene Volokh had suggested a takedown remedy is adequate, but it's not even clear you can really take it down because there's a black box theory about how it happens. It's not entirely clear you can get it entirely down in every case because they don't really know how it happens. And fault-based defamation law is not up to the task, but never fear. Okay, so in my work on the restatement, I have been writing about the evolution after New York Times versus Sullivan in 1964, the evolution in the common law from strict liability tort to a fault-based tort. And the reason for the shift to a fault-based tort is the idea of the inevitable error. And you're saying, okay, Lizzie, that sounds exactly like what this is, the inevitable error. But this is not the kind of inevitable error that the Supreme Court in New York Times versus Sullivan was trying to protect. The kind of inevitable error they were trying to protect was a journalist working on a deadline, talks to witnesses, gets a story. It's super important story, needs to go to press. There's some risk that they will have trouble proving that when it comes down to it. If every little technical error leads to a defamation lawsuit, then there's a fear that they won't be as robust in reporting on public information as they need to be. And so we protect lies, yes, but we only protect lies to make sure that we don't chill those errors that are inevitable if we want to have robust coverage of important and newsworthy information. So it's rooted in the chilling effect, our fault-based defamation system. So the story after 1964, and I'm not going to be able to tell it in full, but is that fault-based conception got built into the common law, not just into the constitutional law, but into the common law. I've got the 50-state survey to prove that to you. Do we have to have that in the case of liability for OpenAI itself? And I would argue that the answer is no. Okay? I do think we need to have protections designed for innovation, And there are First Amendment interests attendant to the outputs of OpenAI. I agree, along with most commentators, and I'm going to finish in 1 minute. Tony Massaro, Helen Norton have written really wonderful things in this area. Cass Sunstein, Stuart Benjamin, and all agree that the outputs of generative AI can be really useful to the audience. And so the right to receive information is an important First Amendment right. But of course, it's mainly important in terms of democratic self-governance or the search for truth if that information is actually truthful. And of course, generative AI has no autonomy interest of its own, and the protection for lies need not be, they're not even lies because they're not willful. The protection for this misinformation that is the product of hallucination need not be as robust as it might be in the defamation context, as if there were a human speaker. I have all kinds of ways where I would protect innovation, but nonetheless, I'll say that if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I'm so honored to be here today. This has been such a wonderful symposium. I just feel very, very lucky to be here.
Zalitsky. And now our final panelist is Professor Ellen Goodman, who will be joining us from Zoom. Professor Goodman is a distinguished professor at Rutgers Law School, as well as co-director and co-founder of the Rutgers Institute for Information Policy and Law, where she teaches, among other things, information law and privacy, algorithmic justice, free expression, and civic media. Professor Goodman will also be discussing with us today the benefits and challenges associated with treating synthetic content as trustworthy versus untrustworthy. Thank you.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Really sorry I can't be with you. I'm stuck in Washington. So let's see. Is my screen, is my presentation showing?
Not at the moment, but we can get it fixed.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Maybe a very minimalist presentation.
Still don't see it.
See the Zoom screen.
Ellen, now it's showing, but in split screen. We're just seeing your presentation mode, not your presentation mode.
Seeing it now?
Yes.
Nope. No, okay, so I need to.
Left PowerPoint. All right, now you're back.
Now I'm back, all right, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And is it in presentation mode?
No.
No. You should start slideshow.
No, I know, I'm just trying to get, working?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, let's go. All right. I'm sorry I caught a little bit of the last presentation. I think this fits right in. We're going to jump right into Gen AI and synthetic content. So since Gen AI burst on the scene in late 2022, policymakers in every Western capital and in every U.S. state have been anguishing about the coming epistemic storm. I know you've all been talking about it, where ground truth recedes in a haze of synthetic content. NIST and the White House define synthetic content as information that has been, quote, significantly altered or generated by algorithms, including by AI. And one of the responses to come out of these worried capitals is transparency. The EU AI Act and other proposed and adopted interventions would mandate synthetic content detection, labeling, and watermarking. Transparency, it suggested, can mitigate the discursive harms that can result from synthetic content, whether this is deception or more generally confusion about what is real. And while I myself have worked on these policies and been a big proponent of transparency, I've come to conclude that mandated detection and disclosure policies which default to authenticity are incoherent, possibly counterproductive, and legally vulnerable. So this says nothing about the utility of forensics and synthetic content detection research and development outside of legal mandates, which is very valuable. So what I want to do is just quickly give you a sense of what some of these synthetic content policies, disclosure policies look like, and then surface some of the risks entailed in defaulting to authenticity. And I'll conclude by suggesting instead that policy work should adopt a default to distrust and help develop and enable authentication systems as a more coherent, scalable, and legally sound approach. And I will try in doing this to highlight some of the specific election communications implications, but the points are really more general. There are lots of different kinds of synthetic content harms, and sometimes I think the discussion confuses them or melds them all together. And I just wanted to start out by distinguishing them, because I think they fall into importantly different legal buckets. So there's discourse harms. There are discourse harms, which are mis and disinformation, and that has implications for, in addition to democracy, for national security and the economy, etc. Then there are dignitary harms. Two central ones would be non-consensual intimate imagery, such as the Taylor Swift deepfake, digital child abuse, and reputational harm from digital replicas of art. Digital replicas of art also have imposed economic harms, and then there are the other main bucket of economic harms would be scams from voice clones and other kinds of deepfakes. Perhaps the most severe kinds of harms are the long-term downstream epistemic harms. These result from recursive training of AI models on synthetic content that can lead to model collapse and just an accelerated drift from ground truth. The discursive harms, kind of when they all flow downstream and puddle together, they create a kind of information epistemic haze or information pollution, which is harmful. And the reason I separate them out this way is because the legal responses are quite different, and I just want to make clear that I'm only talking about disclosure. For dignitary harms, there are other, disclosure doesn't help much with dignitary harms, and there are other tools in the toolbox, including bans, which are becoming increasingly common. We're seeing in the states. Iowa has one, and they're proposed in a bunch of states. Also, there are federal proposals. There's tort liability, new forms of publicity rights and IP rights. Those also help on the economic side. There are new kinds of, there's existing consumer protection law to deal with scams and new proposals and new enforcement strategies. And then the epistemic harms, sort of all of the above, plus some of the, AI existential harm, sometimes called the doomers. Some of those strategies deal not just with the end of humanity, but also some of these epistemic concerns are also in scope. So, for example, model transparency, red teaming, AI auditing. Those are targeted at other problems, but also include sometimes some of the epistemic problems. Okay, so for the rest of this talk, I'm going to be talking about the discourse harms and disclosure. So two episodes in the election context have garnered a lot of attention, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with them during this presidential election season. One was a political operative synthesized Biden's voice and told people not to vote in a robocall in the primaries. The second one, more recently, Elon Musk amplified on X a synthetic video of Kamala Harris calling Biden senile. And these two examples show a range of policy tractability, with the telecoms networks being more amenable to control, and the FCC has a rulemaking on this, than pure internet applications where there is no regulator. Not all synthetic content harms in the election context come from deepfakes. Alondra Nelson and Julia Angwin have a really good report that produces evidence of hallucinations from Gen AI providing false information about voting. I will say that the discursive harms are a concern, for national security. Folks worried about destabilizing information warfare. We've just seen this recent Justice Department announcement. And other parts of the government are worried about the credibility of government data releases, on the economy, et cetera. So, which is just to say that there is a big constituency in the federal government that's concerned about this for reasons apart from, the sort of democracy reasons that concerns that we're talking about today. So policies to address synthetic content, discourse harms, encourage or mandate watermarks, metadata, or provenance and or labels, all of which can be machine or human readable. Platforms like Meta, YouTube, and TikTok have undertaken to do this voluntarily with the usual spotty enforcement. The inadequacy of private actions has resulted in a flood of legislation or proposed legislation and other kinds of interventions. So last year, the Biden-Harris executive order on AI requires the federal government to work on technologies and to implement practices that track provenance and legal synthetic content, as well as authenticate content. More about that later. NIST is taking the lead and is addressing synthetic content harms, focusing on disclosure. DoD and Homeland Security, because they do have these interests, have projects developing synthetic content detection and provenance tools. Lots of federal disclosure bills. They focus on electioneering, deepfakes and digital replicas, and on synthetic content writ large. Some states have passed and many have proposed laws that require synthetic content labeling. Starting with the granddaddy is California's 2019 bot disclosure law, and then the recently tabled law in California, AB 3211, which would have required AI systems to apply provenance data to synthetic content. And other states are focusing their efforts specifically on election communications and fraud. I think in the interest of time, I'll skip discussion of the interventions abroad, just to say that they are either strongly encouraging the labeling of deepfakes and other synthetic content or requiring it. So I pulled this together to specifically address the election-related labeling interventions. The federal laws are all just in the proposal stage. State laws, and these are just some, I think 19 states have adopted disclosure laws for AI-inflected or generated electioneering content. And I guess that just will say that sometimes they're framed as a requirement of disclosure. Sometimes disclosure is an affirmative defense to a new crime of using deepfake technology in electioneering ads. California has just passed a new law, AB 2655, I think last week it was signed into law, requiring large online platforms to remove or label deceptive and visually altered or created content related to elections during the pre-election period. And both candidates and public officials can get injunctive relief. Okay, so now let's get into it about what the heck is synthetic content and how do we understand authenticity in relationship to it. Generally, these instruments define synthetic content as content that has been manipulated, altered, is AI generated, or machine made. I mentioned the US NIST definition. The EU AI Act defines it as output that has, quote, been generated or manipulated by an AI system and not a human. And it tries to exclude common editing technology from the definition. Other terms used in legislation are deepfakes or digital replicas. And notably, whereas the synthetic content definitions just require alteration of some input to qualify, the deepfake definitions turn on misrepresentation or falsity. But there's variety in the degree or materiality of the deception that the laws care about. The kinds of disclosure contemplated by these laws, as I said, are labels, provenance, and watermarks. So just very briefly, labels are human-readable indications of synthetic content that can be affixed upon content generation or more likely by the distribution platforms or other intermediaries. Provenance legends are a little more, sometimes they're called nutrition labels for data. They are metadata embedded in digital files, digital media files, or stored separately in databases that are cryptographically secured. The metadata can really, deal with any characteristic of the media that's important to the creator, specifically for our purposes, source, alterations, modifications, ownership, and then kind of the distribution pathway. It answers questions such as who created this content, where, when, who owns it, how has it been modified or shared. Watermarks, you can see that little circle in the bottom right of that, are visible or invisible perturbations of digital media files to indicate their origin, and in these policy instruments, most often the term watermark is used to refer to a source identifier for a Gen AI product. Okay, so authenticity is sort of the default condition against which synthetic content is defined. Rarely is it is authentic actually defined. So what is it to be authentic? There's the technical meaning, which according to NIST cybersecurity definition is this, quote, authenticity is the property of data that originates from its claimed source, end quote. So it's unaltered. But NIST also recognizes a broader normative or socio-technical meaning. Quote, it can also mean being genuine, able to be verified and trusted, or having confidence in the validity of a message or its originator. Social media policies, too, which is, I think, have been using this term authentic for a while, they too mix the descriptive and the normative. Authentic connotes real or human-made. Authentic accounts are associated with real people using their real names. Facebook polices the, quote, authentic identity of account holders, removing bot or sock puppet accounts, supposedly. And the content monetization policies of TikTok, Meta, YouTube, and the rest equate authenticity with originating with the account holder, with being genuine and original in some sense. Meta gets more subjective when it says, quote, being a creator means showing the world something relatable and real, in other words, authentic. So the relationship between real and true is unexamined, but as NIST notes, authenticity to many denotes trustworthiness, and this is a problem. Disclosure policies default to authenticity in that unlabeled content is presumptively authentic. In some sense, this is continuous with how we've thought about text since the advent of the printing press, that there's authoritative text captured in the edition. But then, before then, the text of a document varied according to the scribe. And one wonders whether that time of inconstancy in the text has come again. Disclosure policies default to authenticity in that unlabeled content is presumptively authentic, and in some sense, oh, I've already done that, okay. Okay, so let's turn to risks. In a sense, I fear what's happening with these interventions around disclosure is that deepfakes are becoming the new fake news that emerged around 2015, 2016, and was quickly weaponized to accelerate the epistemic uncertainty that the term was meant to critique. Let me turn to two basic concerns about synthetic content, mandated synthetic content disclosure. I'm going to put to the side another concern, which is really about the technical vulnerabilities of these methods. Labels are easily removed, provenance can be incomplete or faked, and watermarks can be stripped out. Because I think to the extent that we're talking about any technical tool, we're always going to be talking about an arms race against malicious actors and applications. So instead, let me focus on the conceptual fragility at the heart of synthetic content definitions and this default. Content can be mixed, it can be synthetic and deceptive, it can be synthetic and false, but trivially so, or a parody or a commentary. It can be authentic and deceptive. And so this complexity means that definitions are likely to be over-inclusive with false positives or under-inclusive with false negatives, and also lead to misinterpretation about the meaning of the default. And to the extent the obligations fall on intermediaries, there's another problem, which is the risk of further empowering powerful platforms to make content-based decisions. These problems then create legal fragility in terms of First Amendment and other free speech laws around the world. The operative definition of synthetic content as AI-made or altered is incoherent. What lawmakers are thinking about clearly is Gen AI output. Now, even there, it may not be fully synthetic, but let's just assume it is. For argument's sake, that Gen AI output may not be realistic, in which case it may impose harms, dignitary, economic, but the discourse harms are going to be mild. And then moving to the left, there's a spectrum from Copilot or other AI enhancements to old-fashioned editing, which the EU AI Act seeks to exclude from synthetic content, but without precision. So it's reasonable to expect that soon most content will have AI contributions, and the synthetic content definitions really have no ability to deal with this. They imagine at the end of the left side that there is such a thing as pure authentic content, which let's just say is faithful capture of ground reality, ground truth, like the selfie. And yet even the selfie can be altered at the source rather than in post-production. So this photo on the top places the person with the red pants next to two others they weren't actually next to at the time using the reimagine function of the new Google Pixel. Is that synthetic content? Whose responsibility should it be to watermark or otherwise label it? Google's Isaac Reynolds contests that this is synthetic. Right? He says it's actually more authentic to the individual's perspective than is ground truth. If the disclosure requirement takes too expansive of a view of synthetic content, then you're going to get false positives. This Harris campaign photo on the right was altered, but you can see in comparison to the AP one on the left, it's not materially deceptive. If too much is labeled, you get information overload for consumers, what's sometimes been called disclosure blindness. Labels are designed to combat the liar's dividend, to tell the public what is actually synthetic, so the liar can't claim that everything is fake, but a labeling regime that is too inclusive can actually grow the liar's dividend. Things that aren't labeled are presumptively authentic, though they may not be, and things that are synthetic and polar apart but not false are cast into doubt. One way to deal with this is to narrow the definition of actionable synthetic content to that which is deceptive or even intentionally deceptive. And this is what a lot of the proposals and enacted laws do. I'll just give you one example. This is from the proposed Protect Election from Deceptive AI Act. Inauthentic, it requires labels for generated inauthentic image, audio, or video that appears to be authentic. And there are various other ways of getting at this deception. So this narrowing helps to limit false positives, perhaps at the expense of more false negatives, but it creates another problem. The regulated parties, usually the intermediary distributor, sometimes the Gen AI model, have to assess ex ante what will be deceptive. And then to the extent that there's a mens rea or intent added to this, it becomes less scalable, more complicated to implement, and more resistant to enforcement. And just to show, one wrinkle, this MAGA Taylor Swift, is this understood by the reasonable person to have been a parody or not? She was concerned that it wasn't, and that's why she said she had to authenticate herself and come out endorsing Harris. These scoping problems become First Amendment problems because, in general, synthetic content labeling requirement is a content-based intervention. So a law that fails to limit synthetic content disclosures to deceptive uses is likely to be overbroad. A law that limits disclosures to deceptive content also has First Amendment problems. While dispelling deception is an acceptable reason, usually, for compelling speech, entities will argue that the standard is too vague. And we know from the recent decisions about internet age-appropriate design laws that courts are skeptical of forcing companies to take action on the basis of judgments about content harms. I'm going to just go really quickly through this. I mean, I think this problem of narrow tailoring to if the government interest is in preventing deception, then the fact that a lot of authentic content, I think someone mentioned here in Ohio the group libel against immigrants. That doesn't have to be synthetic to be deceptive. An authentic photo of an immigrant with a goose, for example, that is miscaptioned is authentic and deceptive and would not be covered by these labeling requirements. And I think, sort of more fundamentally, this focus on bits of content completely misses the critical function of amplification, which may be more central to the dynamic of deception than any particular feature of the underlying content. Okay, so an alternative to, I'm closing with this, an alternative to defaulting to authenticity is defaulting to distrust. Might we have to resign ourselves to a world in which, for the near term, as the storm gathers, authenticity cannot be the default? Recall that the AIEO directed the federal government to focus not just on disclosure and synthetic content detection, but also on authentication tools. This is where I think policy energy needs to be directed. There are, C2PA is one of a number of open standards which are creating these provenance records, a sort of chain of title. And so where the policy intervention is important is that when you have content creators who want to authenticate content, and that's going to be in situations where it's important for them to do so, which is going to be where there are strong economic, electoral, discursive interests at stake. When they want to authenticate content, you're going to need to have the AI model and the intermediary respect that provenance information and pass it through. And so there has been proposals to require them to do this. This California's AB 3211 is one I mentioned. I'm going to skip that. And there's federal proposed laws that would do that too. What I'm going to close with is that I'm sympathetic to this push for synthetic content labels because they do, in some sense, what is familiar from analog disclosures, especially in the electioneering space. But interestingly, the work of the I approve this message that we know from broadcast ads was actually to default to distrust and lift up messages the candidate is actually, that are actually attributable to the candidate. And I think authentication is closer to that. The equivalent of the label is the authentication process and the digital manifest that policy interventions should support. No, that's with that.
Should you want me up there too? You have to go to the podium.
It's the downside of not giving the moderator a seat. Thank you, everyone. Your presentations have all been wonderful, and I'm sure have given a lot of food for thought for our audience members. Given the range of topics that even our group has covered, I wanted to focus on kind of a more general idea here. And that is, to the extent that we're talking about artificial intelligence or generative AI, we're talking about it in two senses, right? One, it has the benefit of making falsity more believable. The lie that we wouldn't perhaps have doubted quite readily, one that we're much more willing to accept. And the other is that it makes it more available, right? So the fact that we are now sending, it doesn't even have to be generated, but just a falsehood that's now available to millions of people instantaneously. So to the extent that we are concerned about this and using defamation as a tool, it strikes me that we're running into the problem not so much as proving authenticity, proving source, or reliability, but bursting the bubbles of worlds in which different audience members have different realities. Right? And in the past, when we're relying on defamation, the primary concern was to remedy the individual whose world was destroyed by the falsity. And even if it didn't change the discourse, it might very well provide an important remedy, recognition of their autonomy, as well as financial compensation. Should there be, if you're looking at this information ecosystem and the concerns about discourse, if you had to pick one priority, right, from each of you, what would it be? I will open it up for your discussion.
Well, I guess I hope this is responsive to your question. I think one thing that has to be done, one distinction that has to be made, when you talk about bursting the bubble of separate realities, there are some respects in which we do all live with separate realities, and we even have a right to separate reality. There is a sense in which religious liberty entails a right to separate realities, and those separate realities have value for people. And I think that's not just about religious liberty. That bleeds over into having certain beliefs. And so the question then is, where do we need to have a shared understanding of certain facts in the world, right? Hopefully we have not an identical, a relatively similar understanding of our sensory perceptions line up, hopefully, when we look around. But then when we talk about just understanding the facts, where do we need that? And I guess sort of one of the benefits of focusing on election law is that there's some certain kind of consensus that a democracy needs. That's, in those respects, the law has to respond to that, or where, reputations can't be falsified. But I guess the last thing I'll say is it really shouldn't be an excuse, though, for government or some other very powerful entity to try to impose consensus that's not needed on everything.
It's a hard question. Of course, the role of public discourse is in part to help us find shared consensus, and due to some defects in that discourse, perhaps we're having trouble finding the consensus. I guess lately I've been thinking about the biggest crisis is the crisis of legitimacy in our core public institutions, and I write a lot about the press, as does Ronell, and so that one's one that concerns me tremendously. But lately I'm incredibly concerned about faith in the judicial system and faith in the judiciary, and without that, none of these legal tools are going to create the preconditions for democratic self-governance. So I guess of all the things that I discussed, somehow reinstilling faith in our institutions, partly by our institutional actors being trustworthy and committing to adherence to customary norms of behavior, not just the absolute rules and the minimum of the rules, but it's been shocking to discover how much people not adhering to customary ethical norms is undermining journalism, undermining the judiciary, undermining democracy.
I guess if this is sort of the genie question, right, or the magic wand question, like you get one wish, what do you pick for? And so I'd like to start with, I wish for 3 more wishes. But I think that the core overarching thing that strikes me as a top priority is shared civic education, and I mean that in a broad umbrella term. I clerked for Justice O'Connor at the very tail end of her time on the court, and so she was making not specific but broad retirement plans at the time that I was in her chambers. And I look back on it, and I think a bunch of us she was talking about how she's going to go all in and sort of make it her mission post-retirement to highlight civic education and shared communication across the country about how government works and how communications work, even sort of the sorts of things that Ellen was talking about, just sort of making sure not just that we have these laws and proposals, but that everyone understands the existence of these laws, like sort of media literacy kinds of conversations, how a free press works, how the rule of law works, how a jury verdict works. And a lot of us who were at the court at the time and talking to her, we thought of it as very small potatoes, right? Sort of disappointing and quaint, and not what this person who was the most powerful person in the federal judiciary like really should be doing with the clout that the capital she was leaving the court with. And I look back on it now and think that she was just an absolute prophetess, right? That she saw that the failure of those shared norms, those shared constitutional, like lowercase d democratic values, matter. And she talked all the time about learning to disagree about what to do about the facts, but at least understanding that there are shared facts in a democracy. And I think that strikes me as really important. A lot of her efforts were focused on front-end middle schoolers, right? Sort of raising up a generation of people who understand it, and I think that's going to be critical. I think we should value civic and media education in big ways and talk about the ways that they interact. A lot of the data, unfortunately, shows us that the biggest problems that exist today is not that generation, but rather like my Uncle Russ on Facebook. Truly, a big piece of the problem is that people who, we're dealing with this moment where something that will one day be old technology is new, right? This is the moment and so they are thinking Walter Cronkite, but what they are getting is Uncle Russ. And they aren't distinguishing and I doubt seriously that there will be easy or quick ways to communicate the way that the world works to a lot of people who are having really important conversations about how the world works with each other. So I guess that would be if you gave me the magic wand, I would tap everyone and give them that shared civic and media literacy education that would allow us to start having the much harder conversations that are still going to be very, very difficult, but at least they could come from a place of shared understanding about what's trustworthy and what's not, and what questions should be asked and what shouldn't, and how to connect the dots between A and B, such that we can have the really hard conversations about what to do about the facts, while not having to have the hard conversations about what the facts are.
Okay. I want to reduce income inequality, and I want national service. Because I think in line with what everyone is saying is that these problems are kind of upstream of like media and information. And I think Jill Lepore, the historian, did great work on kind of, in the aftermath of World War II, there was sort of this American panic about, fascism and on sort of an interest in what are the bones and sinews and muscles of democratic practice. Not so much institutions; those are part of it, but just democratic practice. And in that period, there started to be lots of sponsorship of like school debates and civic education and all of that. And it was a very intentional, flourishing at all levels in this area, at all levels of. In that case, it was governments, it was corporations, it was foundations, and there was just a really concerted effort and a very self-conscious commitment to kind of developing democratic practice. And I think some of those things, it was also a period where there was much less income inequality and a much larger middle class, and I don't think that can be underestimated about sort of the effects of these kinds of, it's not just political polarization, but polarization in the way people are living, creates siloed realities. So those would be my two interventions.
This is incredibly thought-provoking, and I particularly love Ray's first question because it provides a great jumping-off point, I think, for mine, which is I wonder how much we, the 5 of us, are suffering from the privilege of age, by which I mean we exist in our lifetime, in a time when there was a concept of truth about which I think we are all nostalgic. And I think that as we talk about sort of how we might want to move to a default of distrust, we might be looking past the fact that most of the people in this room default to distrust already. And that leads to disaffection. And disaffection leads to the sort of defamation litigation as theater that we're seeing and various things like that. Ethan Zuckerman in his book Mistrust talks about how this might lead to the sort of seeds of social movements, of positive social movements. I'm not sure I share his optimism, but what do you think, right? Are there ways that the disaffected can build institutions or build trust in institutions that will lead to the kind of value and trust that we're nostalgic for, or is that a hopeless cause?
Well, here's one thought. First of all, thank you for that phrase, the privilege of age. That's going to make me feel much better. Even as I feel stiffer, maybe. But so here's one thought, anyway, partial thought. If part of the problem is silos of assertives, at least one possible solution, unfortunately, doesn't seem to be working in any of the venues I look at, is to try to create institutions that can convince various people that they actually are welcoming across those silos. Now, obviously, that's not the way that, say, modern political parties are working, or many other groups. But that would be a way. So it's sort of partial surrender, because if you think that in certain silos they have it completely wrong, then if you tell them that, you're not really appealing to them, right? So if it's sort of like the concept is sort of like overlapping consensus, or some concepts that sort of play a role for many liberal theorists, right? John Rawls speaks about different comprehensive views as being being able to accept a more general political structure as a module, if I'm remembering that correctly. And so that's just one thought.
In a way, I don't think of myself as an expert on this in particular, but I do, I've long believed in the power of discourse, but when we stop being able to have discourse, we may not be able to talk to each other, but we appear to be able to shoot each other. And, too much disaffection eventually leads to revolution, potentially. So I certainly hope and if you read history, I think it gives you both pessimism and optimism. Optimism in the sense that there are, pendulum swings throughout history, and we happen to be in a highly polarized swing, but perhaps we can swing back again without revolution. I don't have a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, a big piece of the complexity that I see here, my primary day job is that I am a press freedom scholar. I write about protecting the press and argue for protections for news gatherers, both old school news gatherers, and I'm trying to think about evergreen doctrine that we can build that will make sure that we ensure democracy enhancing news gathering even as old legacy media institutions die. And one of the things that I am constantly facing is this notion, this tension that I think that we're all articulating here, which is I would like to amplify and rebuild trust in important democracy-enhancing institutions. So primarily the press, but also the courts and elected branches and academia, right, and science, right? There are knowledge institutions. And the declining trust in knowledge institutions makes me nervous for the health of our democracy. But I'm nervous about, I don't want us to all start trusting those institutions blindly. I actually have a pretty serious concern that among the reasons that we have diminished trust in those institutions is that they are acting in less trustworthy ways. And so figuring out how to have a very sophisticated conversation that simultaneously builds institutions that are worthy of trust, that are tools that disaffected members of the population can rely upon and can see reflected in them. Just to give the example, last year, I spent the whole academic year at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia with my co-author talking about rebuilding trust in the press. And among the workshops that we hosted were workshops that talked about the failings of legacy media to represent views of underprivileged and underrepresented and minority groups. And right, that's a very different conversation. That's not about everyone, please, like convince everyone that people who are performing the press function are trustworthy. It's rather remedy performers of the press function so that they are telling the stories of everyone in a democracy such that they're worthy of trust. And I think that we need to be working on it. It doesn't have to be binary. This can be a front end and a back end solution at the same time. And I think proceeding with like some cognizance of that is really important.
I'll just jump in with just one suggestion. I think that the universities moving to these statements of neutrality is very positive. And I think that, universities have lost a lot of credibility as sort of epistemically neutral and trustworthy places because they have not been neutral and not been welcoming to all views in places where people can sort of hash things out. So I think that's a really good step. And I know, and Renell, and like, I've really struggled with this in journalism and press because there was the move from sort of objectivity to throwing objectivity out the window to, and I think that it was both impossible and undesirable. And I actually have always wondered if that was a good idea and if objectivity, some notion as phantom as it may be, at least the aspiration towards objectivity and neutrality. Obviously, courts, have to strive to that. I think the more institutions we have that do the hard work of trying to be neutral and neutral platforms is really important.
Thank you. And I know I had it at 3 p.m., so if people need to leave, that's totally okay, but I do not have 15 minutes of closing remarks. So if we want to continue with questions for a few more minutes, we definitely can if the presenters are all right with that. Perfect, okay.
So this is a question for Professor Jones. Dominion versus Fox settled the day they were going to go to trial, but there had already been very damning findings by that judge. Do you think there would be anything that we would have discovered if it had actually gone to trial that we don't know now?
Yes.
And do you have any, like...
Yeah, no, it was happening. I had actually asked my husband as a birthday present for a plane ticket to Wilmington, Delaware, because that's the degree of nerd that you're staring at. Yeah, I mean, the witness list included Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch. So we had snippets of materials that had been gained in discovery, and they were quite telling snippets. But it was also, in some respects, a more complicated story than a lot of people were giving it credit for, because actual malice requires that you show that the individuals who are responsible for producing the particular lie knew of its falsity, not generally that there were people in the Fox News organization that had knowledge of that. So the connecting of the dots between the production of the falsehood and the generalized knowledge that the election was not stolen was the thing that the lawyers were tasked with doing there. I mean, just to sort of say the quiet part out loud, this is another reason why we can't rely on defamation law to be our pure solver of all disinformation that swirls around elections. Dominion has an obligation to its shareholders. It's a company that has to make decisions and litigation strategies that are rooted in some calculus about their odds. And juries are unpredictable beasts, and you go before a jury and you don't know for sure, you can't tell 100% what's going to get said on the stand, or how the mix of jurors is going to feel about a standard like knowing falsity, right? Whether you're going to be able to prove that up. I actually think that got litigated. The truth is, I was surprised that it didn't settle sooner, right? Than it did, and I think it was because the folks at Dominion made a calculated decision that getting this body of evidence together at the motion for summary judgment stage and making it public would have meaningful impact in correcting the public discourse. Now, whether it did or not, I mean, I think Larissa and I noodle on that all the time in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling. But the point is that it shows us both a real strength of this and a real limitation. For sure, we were prepped to find out more information. September 30th, Newsmax versus Smartmatic, actually Smartmatic versus Newsmax goes to trial. So that's the next, it's the only of the remaining suits that we'll have before the next election. And I think we're going to get a lot of the same kind of content if it moves and doesn't settle.
You.
Okay, first,
Waiting, but sort it out amongst yourselves.
triggered by the last question, I think I want to editorialize very quickly. I think the privilege was not the age of us and enjoying the truth. I think the privilege was the people who used to be shielded from the misuse of the truth are now more and more subject to manipulation and lies. I can tell you as a gay man, when I first became a lawyer, that was during the height of AIDS. And everything I heard was, I was an evil person, I was going to pollute the world, I was going to kill people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is sort of the same standard of mistruth that white majority is facing now, straight white people, that they didn't have to deal with before. So I think part of it is, unfortunately, the start of the mistruths was ignored by the majority of our population back when it happened. My question is, I'm wondering if this is a time to introduce a sort of a sliding scale of defamation based upon the power you have, the incentive you have, so that those who can profit from it and want to profit from it are going to be held to a higher standard than those who are the Uncle Teds who just post things on Facebook.
Sure.
I mean, right now we seem to.
I've already defamed him.
Yeah.
We might as well just go all on. I'm an undeterred defamer. Yeah, there definitely are proposals that already have been floated, and in fact have been floated before the United States Supreme Court in a previous generation about having constitutional defamation standards not rise and fall on the plaintiff's status, but rather on the defendant's status, right? The character of the defendant. And that could work in a bunch of different directions. It could work in the direction that you're describing, that we hold certain entities to higher standards, or we probe their motivations in particular ways. It could also be a mechanism by which we single out some entities that count as the press for greater protection only if they behaved in what we think of as constitutionally appropriate press-like ways. It's not a path we've traveled down, but it's one that lots of us are interested in talking about.
Hi. I have a question, more so I think for Professor Goodman. I just wanted to challenge this idea a little bit of defaulting to distrust and just see if you could kind of round out that concept a little bit for me. Just to piggyback on what Professor Rosenblatt said, I think my generation is extremely distrustful, especially of our institutions. I think at the very least we have like a healthy skepticism. So I'm just wondering if defaulting to distrust in our legal framework is the right answer, right? We were talking about how the law, is a reflection of our morals, and we have moral decisions made by judges, right? So if we have this default of distrust in our laws, it just seems like maybe we're enshrining the distrust that's in our society right now in our legal framework, and that maybe doesn't necessarily feel like the right answer to recognize that and to enshrine that in our laws, that we're defaulting to distrust instead of authenticity and maybe like a healthy skepticism?
So I'm not sure what the difference is between healthy skepticism and defaulting to distrust. But so what I'm talking about is the media environment and whether there should be what sort of interventions should happen there. I think in terms of our laws, like the way the laws apply, we sort of already default to distrust, right? We have ways of authenticating. You have to authenticate documents, and they're not assumed. You have to authenticate chain of title. We have lots and lots of areas in which the things have to be proven, right? And in our discursive environment, we haven't had that. And so, and what the synthetic content disclosures, disclosure interventions, which sort of are the coin of the realm right now in terms of the interface between at the sort of burgeoning of trustworthy AI policy, what I'm calling into question is whether recognizing the reality that those solutions will not scale. So I am not saying give in to distrust and sort of, it's not a counsel of despair. It's about what are the things we need to build. How do you build trust? And so I'm just suggesting, and by the way, I didn't start out here. This has been the end of after 2 years of sort of working on these policies and being very much like label, watermark, that's the solution. I've just come to this conclusion that it actually could be quite dangerous. And that instead what we need to work on is, kind of in the spirit of the first question about what are the things we need to build to reconceive of how we can build trust. And so it's really about building. Here I talked about authentication. There are other kinds of institutions that are wraparound institutions that have to be built around to actually, consume that authentication and build meaning from it.
Thank you.
So I would love to come at this from a slightly different angle that I think tags to the last question and sort of has an arc that I want to encourage the panel to challenge an assumption, right? Democracies work because, at least in theory, we all get to be independent, autonomous agents within the political community and have discourse with each other. We can, and importantly, from the First Amendment perspective, I mean, I'm just a poor country election law scholar, but your fancy First Amendment folks tell me, right, the marketplace of ideas is such that I can take an idea, assess it, act as a political creature according to it, and then defamation, at least so the theory goes, allows me to create a disincentive for lies, right? And then there's that space as we have talked about all day, some lies we have to tolerate because it's political discourse that ain't harming nobody. I have skepticism about that. But here's the thing. The story I've heard from this panel is one of all those mechanisms, all those assumptions are deeply fraught in the AI age, which leaves me with the question of how is that conception of democracy set up by the marketplace of ideas supposed to work? So, and so my question is, do we have a romanticism about the marketplace of ideas conception? And if we do, then if we're building something new, what that ought to be? And you have 2 minutes to answer.
Well, I've written before that the marketplace of ideas is built on a romanticism about various human qualities. And one of them is that we're reasonable actors and can see our own good. And the other is that more information is always better than less. And we know from some cognitive research that sometimes more information can lead to information overload, decision paralysis, and worse decision making. And I think technology is a piece of that story about this flood of information, it sounds great, right? And the First Amendment says more is always better, more is always better. But we're discovering in terms of all of the things we want from the First Amendment in democratic self-governance, more is not necessarily always better. And then the assumptions about human rationality, all the literature on cognitive biases suggests we're not always rational, especially when presented with this influx of undue amounts of information. I've argued that we need to assume we're rational anyway, or else the government, has too much. I strongly distrust the government. There's two reasons in First Amendment theory to distrust the government. One is that you think they might be tyrants, that they have an incentive to stay in power and be tyrants. The other is that they're fallible. I tend to be on the fallibility side of distrust. But nonetheless, you have to maintain this fiction that we are, as citizens, are rational and can make use of information. I don't think you have to assume the more is better. I don't know if that answered your question, but it was 2 minutes, maybe.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why I have argued that performers of the press function ought to have heightened constitutional rights, because they help us to do those tasks that we lack. We cannot rationally process the entirety of the world of information. We cannot rationally go to every court proceeding. We cannot rationally contextualize and say, this is the third murder in that neighborhood this year. And performers of that function are central to democracy, and I think that they have that theory that it has always been the case that the marketplace of ideas is a flawed theory, in the sense that it expects all of us to process the whole of the world of information. And so figuring out ways that we can build tools constitutionally to protect the performers of that function is a top priority for me.
Awesome. I think that closes off the symposium. I want to give a round of applause first for Professor Kucher moderating this panel. And then an even longer round of applause for all of our speakers. This panel, the last panel, keynote. It was amazing to hear from everyone. And, we're very gracious to be able to come here and celebrate with us. Even if there's all this distrust, illusion, with 1 month left, it seems like the call to action of today is just go vote, right? That's the most important thing, I guess, that I got from all of this. So I really appreciate everybody coming. If you're interested in still keeping up with these speakers, I'm sure they'll be publishing lots of different papers and in the media in the next month, a lot. And we'll be publishing a few different papers from this symposium that should come out in late 2025.
Huge thanks to Andrew for organizing and bringing us all together.
Now you can go enjoy this beautiful day.
I